pāwi te hauhoro ngati hine te mea. Hawa te mea tini ngā kororo, hoi noe, e hari e whanga te ngako, tini ngā whakaro ke o te wako tō hine ngaro i te pātai ki ngā tāwata e nohome, e iunga ngā turu mahanga e no wate nei e ngā pari o wehetu. Hari mo ki te wei, hora kau ngā pari hau, e o rongo hone i tui ngā turu, o reira tari e tua ka mo he tatu o waike haka tūri ana me ruta rene tū. O reira harai te mea tatu mai e mihe atona kia koto e tatu mai te paru, e hari e wanga te ngako, ko haka mahi o ma tatu o kore tutuna e te koto roa. O te timata tanga tene o tene toka mihawa tau ki te CEO te horo. Nā rātu tene pakao, e hote mai waratu o waratu kui i roto watatu o kore, nā haru ka kore nā. Timata i roto te kore, he timo ka ki te tahi ko mātua a rongo ni a tō henare, i te mea mo te nā tamatai nū ngā kore o te kao. O rea hore kau tini au ngā korero e tātou mua, hore kau korero kua tu kere, o waito te tūki te tauta pai au te mea. Kore mia tika!
Oino no mui ngā maunga o te hao ngā mota tau nei. Oino ko te arongai tēnei tua tēnei te tau ko i te tātou uri te rati. Mea nui tēnei, oino mo te rangatira te CEO o te hauara. Oino te mōhia kei a te hikurangi na matari kei kone. Kaore kei ngā prau. Engari, hara mai tēnei tanga, e tanga te pai. E tahi e ko Ngati Prau e mōhia nau, pai e tau ki tēnei ki e tahi. I roto e ngā āhorona kei te tū, ke ngā whakapake nui e tātou e tū mai nei, ngā hoino e mi e tūna te haura o tānu e nei rātou i te whakamōhia ke te tātou. E mōhia nau i tōku mate, kino mate nei, na ngā rata o te haura ka aura mai anō hiri. So God bless you all. I roto e ngā ahurana o ngā mate o ni ngā hoia, me ngā kāore te haura me ngā rata me ngā nāhi i tau o wā, o te hei te haere tanga, haere tuotia. Engari i roto e ngā manāki a te haura me ngā rata, hoki mai o te wetahe mātu haere tuotia. Nā hoino ko te mihi nui te wāne, mihi te rā. Nari a ki hono, tātai hono, ki o ngātu mate hoki, e hinga mai nei, e hinga ati nei, ka ui hia i roto i te rā i moi e tātai te wane, o tahi te kore o te rātou hai mai hai. Mai o te rātou i te wāhe maro, tātai hono mai ki roto ngā koko ngā pā tau Henare tūnei, e nā koutou, e nā koutou, te nā tātou koko. Pini eno te iti o te kore o tātou o ke waiata, hari huri tau kia koe, hari huri tau kia koe, hari huri tau e rengi. But what is the appropriate song? And now, tēnei koroke, e tai wā kani te nui o te mame. E tai wā, e kore, e puta te kupu. Kaore e muahio, ka whakanuinga tāna huri tau a te ane. Nā reira, hari huri tau ki takurana tina te kaino hoi te tauna tau te orawai. Ngā wakapo, hapa e ane i tau. Nā reira, reini, happy birthday, nā te kai reini. Nā te haute o ngā pia o ngā tāua. Te mea, ka tāua nei, ngā hipi mangu. Tēnei wāhi o te orawai. Pai tēnei o māu i aru mai i rotai o mari. A Kevin ko whakamara atu nei, i whānau ki roto i o mauri. Ka hori ki motukau. Nā reira, ko te mauna nui a wātu roto i te orawai, kei o mauri, ka hori kei motukau. Hoire, e kore o whakahaura wai mauri. Kuri noa, e kurunga tika, tēnā koutou, o tau te wāhanga o te tau.
Te hewa wari ona, te whi au, te au ngā tama, tēnei ka tukutuka. E reni, tā rina ko pōhino ko tēnei kou ki tau e wā. Tēnei tangata ka hatu i te ringi mai au, e haere mai ki te kōrero mai ki nungo ki te tōpātu teihanga. Ma te hao ki te kaupapa, i toro hore kau he kaupapa, hore he kōrero. Ue tahi wana kōrero, ka hihi nau, ki a mōhi au, me pēhe taku, anu oki ngā wahine ngā hira. E wā. Where na pihi atu ka puto hoki ka tāma, hari ku te koa te māku ka tāma mai nani hoki ka puto. Ka pihi atu ka puto hoki ka rangatira ki roto ki a tēnei wāhi ka puto. Ko rehi hena ki te hua hoki ka ewa nena aiko he aro taku kōro, where na ka pihi atu ka puto e Ngati Hine, o puto kata. Where na tiki hoki ngā tau māki ka mai nani hoki ka puto ka pihi atu ka puto. Ka hoki ngā mahara ki kopa. Ka rātou mā ko whetula ni kia. Ka pita paranga ni ka rātou mā, ka rangatina. Where nā ka maua ātu tiki mā. Where nā ngā mate haere, haere ki te pōrui, te pōroa, te pōpē, kere, te pōwhakongai, te pōpiki noi. Where nā haere ati hori atu. Where nā ki pihi ati ka koutou e hari, kua te nā ka hona ne tēnei, ki te hau mai ki tuku tēnei tō ka whara, tau e nā. Ki te rama mai hoki ngā kōrero, e rongo mai au, o tēnei hoki te mea tūtahi ko hoki mai puto ki roto ki tēnei ko tāku whāne ki te kaupapana. Nā, ko tā mai hoki mātu te tauta hoki tēnei kaupapa. Wala mi o ki tauta te whāne, ka mihi atu kia puto ka roto. tēne kumura hoki tūmai te whakame hoki ta mi ka koutou e te tami hea ki koutou ki. Ka te teo te a koutou ka hoki ngā mahala te rātu ki koutou ka te. Nō reira a te nā koutou, te nā koutou, te nā koutou ka te.
Ko e wa tātou wihi, a piki wihi waru ia tātou. Ano anga o hakarere koe tama te koranga nei taku hura. Puli tau, hara kau te tangata e hangi nei kaumatu a haere. Pakena ko te tahine he no kia mawa mai kotu, hara kau te mama e mea an te kaumatu a. Tai ko wena, ko tai ki ngā tau, ko wale, ko piko te tuala, ko nini te trau e rā ko tai ki te kauma. Ko me kau hau he me tai hau ki te. Ai a koto kata, hari e loko tau ni te. Taku kauma tua taka, ko hau te. Aha, ko me kau hau ki tau pai. I don't know what the process is right now. But we've got some professionals over there and they're going to go us explain what we can say and what we can't say.
Lenny, you got your gold card yet?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
Good one.
Testing. E riri ana, testing. Tēnā whē e taia Jensen, hau mai ki tēnei tēpu, haere mai tēnā Jensen. Ne? Korere? Oh, pai, tēnā koutou. Hone, i te tuatahi, he mihi tēnei ki te runga rawa, nāna i homai, nāna i tango. Tēnā koutou, te whānau no te ore wai. Nei rā te mihi rangatira kia koutou, te mihi aroha, nā ku te honore ki te tū ki mui a koutou. Koutou e ngā tini whanaunga kua tai mai nei, mai ngā kokona e whao tēnei mautere, tēnā koutou, e ngā manuhiri, ngā waiwai tapu, marunga tēnei wa tātou nei marae tupuna, ko tau Henare Marae. I te tuatahi, he mihi ki ngā mate, kua wheturangi tia, haere koutou, haere oki oki atu. E kore ware tia rātou kua wheturangi tia. Maharau i ngā matua te kopa, me matua pita i tēnei wā, nā reira, ka tuku mihi tēnei ki ngā whānau e pani tonu ana. Kia tātou e te hunga ora engari, tēnei te mihi kia tātou katoa i tēnei rangi ātāhua. Me ki kua hau te mete of ceremonies, te MC mo tēnei rā, nā reira, nāku te honore ki te kitia koutou i tēnei rangi. Piki mihi tēnei ki te taumata, tēnā koutou e aku Ankara Nui ki te anau i Uncle Mary, koutou e Uncle Hirini, koutou e ngā matua, me ngā whaia, ngā kaumātua, me ngā kuia, tēnā koutou. Auntie Pane, Auntie Pauline, kia ora koutou, i roti te kokona, tēnā koutou. Kore roa taku tui tēnei wā, engari taku mihi tēnei ki wa tātou nei kaimahi katoa. I te tuatahi ka hoatu te rākau ki wa tātou nei Board of Chair. Hopefully kia koe tēnā koe Gwen. Nau i timata mai wa tātou nei kōrero mo tēnei rangi. Tēnā koe Gwen.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mihi nui ki a koutou, in kaumātua, i ngā kuia, i ngā whānau katoa, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko koena hau, he mana o te poari, o te hauora Ngati Hine. It's great to see so many people here. So thank you very much for coming and joining with us, because this is really about your part, and I hadn't planned to speak for a long time, but it's but really to listen and to get an understanding of your thoughts and how you see the hauora, because hauora is about whānau. It's about each and every one of us and those that are not here, that we are here to serve. And if we don't do a good job, people let us know, and that's rightly so. So I wanted to acknowledge the board, because so often people don't know who was on the Ngati Hine Health Trust board. So I want to pay recognition really to Kopa Tepene, who was a lifetime leader with the board really, and with his passing, our aroha of course is with the whānau, but it also left, he was our patron, and so we have appointed a new patron, and the new patron I'm happy to announce has accepted, and that is Kevin Prime. I'm going to get board members themselves stand up, but we're not going to do a big pepeha because, as I said, this is your time and there's quite a big program ahead of us. So I do want to acknowledge our queer, particularly Auntie Pani, who we have made an honorary life member today. So, a big clap for Auntie Pani. And also to Auntie Pauline, who is our other life member, Pauline Paraha. So, just really want to acknowledge Auntie Pauline. So for the rest of the board, I'm going to let you stand up and just introduce yourselves, because you're there as part of the whānau. Thanks to Tui.
Kia ora, te tuhi robust, no Ngati Hine. Ngati tautahi Ngati Reunion, whānau Ngati Hine, whānau Henare Marae. Nai te au, te tahi mana tuatahi o huki rani ni koni. Kia ora.
Ko Robert Dale, tēnei, no Pāpū, Ngati Kau, hapotea, tohana, tūpau, tēnā kua.
Oh.
No Ngati Hine, no Te Orewai, me Ngati Manuahau.
Nola?
My name's Nola Suna and I'm the board secretary. I've been on the board for quite a few years now. I don't often get us to stand up.
Kia ora, Nola. So this is our board, and I just really want to acknowledge the many contributions that our board makes, board members make. As happens once a year, AGM comes around, and so we have some changes and some announcements. We've got some resignations, so today Dr. Edina Cooper isn't here, and she has resigned from the board, so that leaves a vacancy. Atarangi, after being a life founding member of the board, she has resigned from the board as well. And so the board has gone through a process of advertising to get more trustees and to begin under our new trustee the rotation, so that you can't stay on the board for life. So, and that's to make sure that we begin that process off, which has started this month, really. So that's been done independently, and there was a lot of interest. I'm very pleased to report. So we must be a pretty good board that people want to come and serve on our board, and that's of course a reflection of the staff that we employ as well. So Atarangi's resigned, Irina's resigned, and we've got some appointments. So the appointments are, Nola, would you like to read them out for the new board going forward?
So the board has appointed Gwen Kipani-Kama, Sally Webb, Moran Mill, and Kerry That leaves one vacant position which we're hoping to appoint a new member, and that's due to the
So, whānau, as I said, this is your hui, so we want to hear from you, and I'm going to pass without further ado over to Amadonna, and enjoy your hui, and we will feed you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Piki mihi anō ki te poari, te hiamana, tēnā koe Gwen, te pānia. Also to our Board of Trustees, tēnā koutou anō, and to the incoming, we welcome you as kaimahi. Hara mai te whai. I'm going to keep the train rolling. Kia mara mai koutou, this morning was the AGM was held earlier, and so those announcements come off the back of the hui that have been held. I just want to acknowledge our marae here. We did have a health and safety indicator if there's a take in here to head straight out into the car park area, go calmly, and all of that sort of kaupapa. I want to acknowledge our event coordinator, Nikki Wakefield, who managed to pull this together in a very short period. So, piki mihi tēnei. Nikki. To our ringawera over there in the kitchen, e pupu mahi ana, and of course to our kaimahi who work tirelessly in the back, a piki mihi tēnei ka koutou. We're going to keep the kaupapa rolling. We have got a presentation for you whānau, which we're going to tag team the leadership team, and they'll introduce themselves as we go of the hauora, and then we invite you to a hākari kai me ki a muri tēnei kaupapa, and then whakahokia mai tātou I roto I tēnei whare mo te tahi wāhi wā hei puta mai ngā pātai me ngā kōrero anō, ne? Ka pai? Alrighty, we've got some wonderful slides we're going to roll through. So Nikki's on the button, and I te tuatahi, let me just go to that. We had kōrero already around who our Board of Trustees are, and we just wanted to highlight our logo. So mai rano tēnei logo, and as you can see the forms, hinga atu he tētē kura, ara mai nā he tētē kura. Wetahi o ngā whakaro e pāna ki te tohu nei. Ko te mea wheroke, ko te toto. Mai wa tātou nei mātua tupuna, and it covers over the land to protect us. Ko te mea kākāriki me ki, he tohu tēnei mō te whenua, me ngā mea katoa I hua mai a tāne mahuta, me ngā tamariki a Ranginui me Papatua nuku. Ko te raina, kei Wainga Nui, that's the joining line, a continuum from the beginning of life to Puke Puke Rau. Puke Puke Rau, 100 hills. Nā reira, koenei ngā wetahi o ngā whakaro e pāna ki te logo, kia mara mai koutou te tino ngako te kei Wainga Nui, kei raro o a tātou nei mahi. Kapa. Haere tonu ana tātou ki te hitori. Kia mara mai koutou I timata mai tēnei taonga me ki ko te haura o Ngati Hine from 1987, and it came out of tētahi whakaro mai te marae komiti no Motatau. And then in 1990, tai atu ki 1992, there was some health research that went around, and there's more kōrero around this. Auntie Pane was one of our first kaimahi, tētahi nāhi, engari kei wetahi ko te nehi. And then in 1992, the Health Trust had its registration to be really what we are today. And then moving into 1994, there was a memorandum of understanding with the regional health authorities, and we have some authorities here who would know more depth about that, such as Kevin Prime, Gwen as well, and our Board of Trustees, ātārangi koutou ngā me mapuari mai rano. And then in 2008, we re-registered as a charitable entity. Nā reira, koenei te whakapapa me ki o te haura o Ngati Hine. If you didn't know that, now you do. Nei ka huri anō tātou ki tētahi wirio ne. This is a big mihi to our Ngati Hine FM crew who are the magic behind the scenes, who light up the screens and the airwaves. Nā reira ka tuku mihi tēnei, kia Helen, Kia Maru, Arena, Kylie, Amber, koutou katoa i ngā kaimahi. Tēnā koutou, ka huri tātou ki te video. All right, of course it's not going as planned, so we'll just rewind it. While that's getting started up, maybe we could go straight into your kōrero, ne, Jeff, and then we'll play that muri ake nei. He tohu tēnā, I'm pleased that we've got the Wi-Fi going at all these ways out here. Nā reira, ka huri ake ana ahau I tēnei wā, ki tō tātou nei tumu here me ki, no Ngati Porou, no Hikurangi, tuarua. Tuatahi, e kia nei ako, nā Hikurangi tuatahi. Engari, mo tēnei wā, me waihongia te video, ka huri ake ana hau I tēnei wā kia Jeff Milner. Nānai I whakawhānui te ngā kōrero e pāna ki te hauora o Ngati Hine. Kia ora mai no tātou.
Kia ora no tātou, tēnā koe whānui te oruwai, ko waiau, ko Hikurangi te maunga, tuatahi, ko waiapu te awa, ko Ngati Porou te iwi, ko Jeff Milner toko ingoa. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi mahana kia koutou. How's everyone out there? Good? Hey, we're running ahead of time, so I thought I'd try and bring a bit of energy, because one of the things at an AGM that we wanted today was to have some energy. Nobody likes to go to AGMs where it's all formalities, all kōrero, so I felt the need to bring some energy, so I'm going to take my jacket off if that's all right with you, because I can see we need to lift it up in here a little bit. It's great to see so many people out here. As our chair of our board, Gwen, said, you know, when you hold an inaugural hui at a marae, when you put the tono out to come and engage with us, sometimes we don't know who actually will take up that opportunity. So I'm glad you are here. And when I look around the whare here, not only did we have our governors, our honorary executive members, and I just want to mihi to Auntie Pane, Hekuini, Ne Pipiwai for gracing us with their presence. We've got the executive leadership team who will introduce themselves already. But as I look around the room, what we have in this whare is we have the governors, the leaders of this trust, who earlier and today are here to hear from you, to be held accountable. You're meeting the leadership team who on an operational basis make decisions to deliver on the strategy that the board provide. But in this room, we've got our whanaunga here from the Northland DHB. We've got some representatives from Mahi Tahi Hauora in the room. I think we might have some representatives from Oranga Tamariki in the room. We've got our whanaunga from Hiiwi Kotai Tātou Trust from Moiroa here, Tēnā koe ngāho. We've got our whānau from here and afar, and our kaimahi. And what we've got in this room is the theme, if there was a theme of today, it's that we can't do this on our own. So the fact that we're in this room together is an opportunity for the Hauora to say, we want to bring you on a journey, we want to share a vision, and we want to share a vision that we think is compelling, and a vision that's not status quo of yesterday. But to do that, to deliver for our whānau, and today is about demonstrating Ngati Hine Health Trust is putting you at the centre of everything we do. We need all of us in this room to work together. And if that's one message that you take away from here, it's not Ngati Hine Hauora will go and do their thing by themselves. The Northland DHB will go and do their thing by themselves. Oranga Tamariki will go and do their thing by themselves. And while we're all doing our things by ourselves, our whānau are saying, who's doing it for me? That's the take-home message for today, why we put this hui on to come to Tau Henare Marae. And so it's great to be here with our board, who are a great board, who do the mahi, who do that unseen mahi that you don't get to see. They front up monthly to huis that take half a day. They front up to Ngati Hine Hauora events like this in our staff pōhiri, and they're on subcommittees. We've got a great, hard-working board, and Ngati Hine Hauora wouldn't be where it is today without the leadership of our board, the leadership of our life members, and the leadership of our kaumātua and queer kaunihira, which are integral to today. So I just wanted to set the scene. It's great that on a Monday, a school day, out here at Tau Henare Marae and Pipiwai, that you have graced us with your presence. My job is really to set the scene around our leadership team. They will be coming up to present parts of our kaupapa, but this is the leadership group of Ngati Hine Health Trust, in case you didn't know. I've introduced myself, Jeff Milner, the tūmāke of Ngati Hine Hauora, and I'll just ask to stand. Our Chief Operating Officer, Jen Rutines-Smith. Kia ora, Jen. Our Chief Financial Officer, Jensen Weber. I saw Jensen sitting in the front there in the corridor from Matua Hirini, our CEO, and I was joking to our fire at the back, look, they all think Jensen's the CEO because he's sitting in the front. Because actually, we're not into positions. Positions are meaningless to me because we're here to serve. And so whether I'm sitting at the back with our fire or setting up with our kaimahi early in the whare, it's not about titles. And we've made a big shift in the last 6 months to devalue titles. I will introduce Emma Donna. Emma, kia ora. Emma's our tikanga people and practice leader. She's got the flashiest title of everyone. You can ask her a question later, what does a tikanga people and practice leader do? And man, she's got all the answers. I'm still trying to work it out myself what she does. But it's not about titles, it's about team and whanaungatanga and kotahitanga. We are here to serve the kaupapa of that little dartboard, that circle there. For those of you who don't have good eyesight like myself, that dartboard is called service delivery at the middle, and we are on a journey of putting whānau at the centre of everything that we do. What does that actually mean? So te ihi, what that means practically is we're not putting the Northland DHB and all of the might of the DHB in Northland at the centre of what we do, because the Northland DHB is just a servant of the people. We're not putting Mahi Tahi Hauora, who are a significant funder of primary Hauora, front and centre of what we do, because they are just an enabler of services to our whānau. Even, didn't I say it, we're not putting structures inside Ngati Hine Health Trust, how we configure ourselves, front and centre of how we deliver to whānau. So in the annual report that's on your chair, you will see a transition that we made towards being whānau centred, and we have begun a transformation journey that's looking at everything we do that would raise its head up and say, I'm more important than whānau. Those include roles and responsibilities in the trust. We are even saying to our kaimahi, great contribution you make, great contribution we make, but you're not more important than putting the whānau's needs at the centre of everything we are doing. So I'm excited with this leadership group here. We are a team of 4. Predominantly Jen and Emma Donna are based up at the head office for Ngati Hine Hauora at Hine Amaru, Kawakawa, and Jensen and I are based down at our business operations centre, Torongari and Walton Street, but we are travelling backwards and forwards and engaging both face-to-face and using the technology regularly. So I just want to lift up and acknowledge the leadership team of the Trust who have brought into a particular kaupapa. So really my purpose was to get up here and set the scene, and as I look over to Amadonna, see if there's a wink, a nod, I get up, I get down. As today is really setting the scene. The community have met our board. You know, I'm amazed as I travel around the rohe, sometimes people say, who's the board of the Trust? And I said, oh, you fellas got internet? www.nhht.co.nz. It's all on the internet. But I'm amazed how many of our people don't know who the leadership of the Trust are. So again, for today, here they are. And after lunch at 1:30, particularly we're having an opportunity to get one-on-one with you. Actually ask all the questions you want one-on-one. Kanohi ki te kanohi. But you've met our board. Our chair has outlined some changes. So just in case Nola over there, our board secretary, was a little bit shy, is that today at the AGM, the board and continuing, the board is regularly changing itself every year. This year, the board adopted a new process, as our chair mentioned, to advertise the vacancies. So those were advertised about 2 months ago. They were advertised in the paper, they were advertised on social media, and then they were emailed out. So somebody said to me the other day, I had no idea that the roles of the trustees were being advertised. I said, maybe it wasn't meant to be. You know, if you didn't see those advertising, maybe it wasn't meant to be. We had about 35 people put their hand up for consideration for the vacancies. The board had an independent, and this isn't the board's idea, this is what the trust deed, the governing paper of the board requires them to do, commissioned an independent appointments and remuneration committee to go and look over all of those applicants and link the best applicants to what the board said they were looking for. And out of that process, the chair has announced today that she has been reappointed. Gwen was one of the retirements at this AGM. So Gwen has been reappointed, and 3 other members to our board. Whaia Moi Milne. So I can't see you here, Moi. I would have heard you before. I've seen you if you were in the whare, but congratulations to Moi. So Moi has been appointed to the Trust Board. Kerry Milne Ihimaida has been appointed to the Trust Board. And a third new person, Sally Webb, has been appointed to the Trust Board. So there's the rotation and refreshment of the board. There's a process to go through with those members, because all of us who work for Ngati Hine Health Trust have to be vetted under something called the Vulnerable Children's Act, police vetting. So subject to that process going forward, we expect to formally welcome and convene the new board on the 16th of December 2019. That's the next scheduled board meeting. The board in itself, there's some beautiful people up here. Some of these people, the moment I say are tāhua, will be cringing. But in terms of the tikanga of Ngati Hine Health Trust, is that I am guided every day by our kaumātua queer of the trust. So Pita, there's a photo up there when you had here. So Pita provides an input to our kaumātua and queer kauni hera. Whaia Kathy over here, whaia Isabel over here, Moriki, yeah, actually, stand up, Moriki. This fella is the flashiest fella in Ngati Hine Health Trust. So Moriki contributes to our Kauni Hera Council, and the birthday boy Lenny Bristow down here. So this kaumātua and queer council guide the tikanga that I operate within in the trust. A lot of people ask, you know, how did you make that decision? Did you make that decision? Pretty much all of our decisions that are made operationally are run past the board and are run past this council to make sure that that wisdom that exists there is brought to bear on opportunities. I'm just going to present a slide of of what we do, and then Jen's taking her shirt off. Sorry, not your shirt, her jacket. I know it's hot in here, but not that hot. This is a snapshot of our annual report, so you've got a report to take away with you to study, but I'm incredibly proud of what this trust does. We had engagements with just about 20,000 people across Taitokoro in the year ended June. That might be more than one contact, but we engaged as a trust 20,000 times, just about, with the whānau from Whangarei to Muri Whenua. That's a phenomenal level of engagement that this trust has served the rohe of Taitokoro. We delivered in various forms, electronically, face-to-face, close to 16,000 health promotion messages. Just being here today is part of delivering a message. We have at any one stage 340 to 350 kaimahi working for the trust. That blows me away. That I hear all the kōrero about economic development, and it blows me away that Ngati Hine Health Trust is contributing to the economic development of the valleys of Pipiwai, of Kaitaia, through the employment of 341 kaimahi. The other kaupapa here is we have about 16 different funders, which we might have a slide on those funders shortly. Here they are. So as you look on this page here, we had Minister Kelvin Davis and Minister Chris Whāwhoi and Willow Jean come to Torongare Whare on Friday. And I presented this slide here to them, and I've said this to them, I've raised this with them and with other ministers. Guess what's wrong with this picture, ministers? They go, what? What's wrong with that picture? I said organisations like ours that are trying to bring a whānau-centred delivery, deal with whānau once, have to deal with all of those ministries. 41 contracts. Ministers, not ministries and departments not talking to each other. Everybody raising interventions rather than outcomes with us. And your wellbeing budget that you launched in May 2019, we need to sort this out. Because Ngati Hine Health Trust, our whanaunga from Te Hauā Whiowhio to Uriohau, we're busy running around serving funders, and we're not running around serving whānau. And so we've promoted a couple of solutions to the government when they said, what's the answer? Well, you'll see what the answer is a bit later on. So I just want to mihi to our funders there, and glad that many of them could make it here. Good to see our Māori Health Directorate at the DHB represented strongly here today. The trust operates across a number of sites in Taitokoro. When I first came to Ngati Hine Health Trust in April 2017, I thought the world just revolved around the Hineamaru office in Kawakawa, because that's where I went for my sort of checking the place out on the first, prior to a second interview, and I went, wow, this is beautiful. Look at this Ngati Hine Hauora in Kawakawa. Well, it didn't take me too long to work out Ngati Hine is region-wide. We have an office up in Kaitaia. And we have aspirations to work with our Muri Whenua whānau to say, when they're ready, the services we deliver in Kaitaia should be being delivered by your own. But we've got an awesome office up in Kaitaia within the He Korowai Trust building there in, what's the main street of Kaitaia? Commerce Street. Commerce Street. So Ricky Houghton Afi's us there. We've got an office in Kaikohe on Broadway. There's a song, on Broadway, we won't go there. George Benson on Broadway. We've got an office in Kaikohe. We've got an office in Kirikiri. We've got Hineamaru Whare in Kawakawa. We've got Torongare Whare in Whangarei. So this trust, and I know our newly appointed patron, Kevin Prime, had to leave. But, I said to Kevin once upon a time, when you envisage this trust in your woolshed, with the likes of Auntie Pauline down the back there, did you ever envisage this trust would grow in 27 years to be multi-sited, 341 employees, $20 million of services, and he went, I had an inkling, but then he challenged me and he said, Jeff, where's the trust going to be in another 25-year time? 25 years. And so that just blows my mind, is where are we going to be in 25 years' time? And that's the job of the board, is to focus on the future and what does 25 years' time look like, and then allow and empower myself and the leadership team to come up with the actions to deliver on what does 25 years' time look like. So, hoi anō, I just wanted to set the scene, roll the sleeves up, get you guys moving a little bit, because it's really exciting that the first time that Ngati Hine Hauora has ever chosen to bring its business out to the people is today. Your attendance here is making history, because the way the trust was structured by the likes of Kevin, Auntie Pauline, was that at that stage, as a charitable trust, the trustees took care of the business internally, and that's worked really well. But given the aspirations of the trust we have, which includes bringing you on a journey with us, everyone, we need to come out and share that kaupapa with you. So, hoi anō, I'll hand back to Amadon and we'll keep the kaupapa moving. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Jeff Milner, the Chief Executive Officer of Ngati Hine Health Trust. Piki mihi tēnā kia koe, Jeff. Koutou katoa te whānau, huri ake ana hau I tēnei wā ki wā tātou nei wetahi kōrero. Nikki's going to try and get the video going again. And in that time, I just wanted to share our vision and mission, and then turn you towards some of these pou or maunga around you that you can see. Our vision for Ngati Hine Health Trust is kia whakamana te whānau kia anga whakamua ki te oranga. Ko Ngati Hine puke rau e kōkiri ana. To empower whānau to find their voice, steady their footing, and advance their well-being. The mission of Ngati Hine Health Trust is kia mātāmua te noho a Ngati Hine Health Trust I roto I ōna pānga katoa, ki reira hikina ai te manuka aonoa pōnoa. Nā reira e whai whakaro tonu ana hau ki wenei ngā kōrero, e whai whakaro hoki ana hau ki wā tātou ne mātua tupuna, ki te ana koutou ki ngā maunga, I roto I te whare, me tetahi kōrero mai te tupuna. Hikurangi titiro ki pauerua. Pauerua titiro ki rākau mangamanga. Rākau mangamanga titiro ki manaia. Manaia titiro ki whatitiri. Whatitiri titiro ki tūtāmoe. Tūtāmoe titiro ki te tarai o rāhiri. Te tarai o rāhiri titiro ki hikurangi. Ki ngā kie whāwhānui a ue nuku. Nā reira ka huri ake ana hau. Tēnā pēr ko riri wā tātou nei video, ne? No, me haere tonu engari. Tēnā whea tatari ana tātou o te mutunga o tēnei kōrero ka kite e tātou te video. Nā reira, we'll turn back to our slides now, and in particular, I invite our Chief Operating Officer, Jen Rutene Smith, to kōrero in particular about tētahi whakaro, mai te haora, one whānau, one place, one plan. Menga. Tēnā koe, Jen.
Tēnā tātou katoa e te meninga. A tuatahi ko wai tēnei e tuake nei ko taku ingo ko Jennifer Rutene Smith. Wōku heke ngā katoa no te hokianga whakapau karakia. Tupu ake au I roto o te kura mō te kiore, kai kona tonu au e noho ana I tēnei wātonu. I Waimari au, I tituro mai a Ngati Hine ke au, hei kai mahi mō rātou. Nā reira, kei kone au, I wānganui a Ngati Hine, e awhi ana I te kaupapa. E hari te mea ārahi ana I te kaupapa, engari e awhi ana I te kaupapa, I runga anō I wōku nei mātauranga ko whiwhi au I roto I tōku nei au. Nā reira, e tātou mā tēnei tētahi o ngāuri o Ngāti, e hara no Ngati Hine, o te hokianga whakapau karakia, e mihi nei kia koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa. E hui nei, ko mihi a kē ngā mihi. Engari, ko taku titiro ke tātou, kia koutou, ko whakatau mai nei tēnei rā, ki te whakarongo, ki te titiro, ki ngā kōrero, ki ngā mahi o Ngati Hine haura, tēnā koutou e te mininga. E te poari, ka nui rā waku mihi kia koutou e arahi nei a tātou. Hako ngā piki me ngā heke, anā ko huri tātou ki te titiro ki wetahi poari kaimahi hau, nā reira e Gwen, kei kona tonu koe e arahi nei i tō tātou poari, me ngā mea hau, hunga hau, ka tatu mai ki Waenganui a tātou. Me te hari koa hoki o taku ngā kau te rongo hi wetahi o ngā ingoa hau. Ka uru mai, ka mau mai o rātou nei mōhioranga ki te arahi a tātou. Hoi nō rā, e kore au e tō ro i tōku nei tū, i Waenganui a tātou, e tātou mā ka huri au ki roto i tō tātou reo tuarua. My job here today is just to brief us a little bit on what is this whānau ora, one whānau, one plan, one place that we talk about. We've come through a great transformation. We're now in the implementation stages of our transition, and we've got a lot of work to do. And we're all aware of the amount of work that we have to do in order to shift our focus, as Jeff very well articulated, from focusing on contracts and funders and all else but our whānau. So our whole transformation has been in order for us to be able to be a lot more clear and a lot more able to articulate what that looks like for Ngati Hine Health Trust. It looks different for other providers, but we have put a stake in the ground and we have said that this is whānau ora for Ngati Hine Health Trust. You'll see our pull-ups around with the maunga. Those maunga have been selected to be part of the visual representation of the transformation that we are making. That transformation from looking at individuals and looking at illness and trying to treat illness in isolation of the whole well-being of the people. That's the shift we're making. These 7, I think we've got 8 now, but there are 7 domains and they're falling under our 7 maunga that Amadonna has referred to just earlier to me. And they are what we consider to be those key domains of a person's well-being. So what I'm saying here is that going forward, Ngati Hine Health Trust, we are not interested in just treating an isolated illness. We will be always interested in you, your whānau, whoever your whānau are, and the wider well-being for you and your whānau. And that's a big shift to make. I'm not going to get into the detail of what that looks like, but what I've said earlier is that we're very aware that we have a lot of work to do in order to shift to that space. And this hui here today is all part of that. It is all part of us saying, as Jeff Milner alluded to earlier, we're coming back to, in many ways, where we started. And bringing ourselves and what we do as servants back to the people of Ngati Hine in the first place. And saying to Ngati Hine, as that map alluded to just earlier, Ngati Hine are our priority whānau. But we work outside of Ngati Hine as well, as you could see on that map. Our one plan, our whānau, one plan, one place. It's all been talked about a little earlier, but it is about saying we want you and your whānau to have as simple a journey with us as possible. We want to be part of that journey of your well-being and your whānau well-being as you see it, not as we see it, not as other people see it, but as you see it. And we want to help build that journey with you We want to come on that journey with you, and we want to be part of what makes the difference for you and your whānau. And we want to be able to keep all of the information on that journey in one place, not in 16 different places in different databases. So we've got a lot of work to do to get there, and the work has already started. And this hui today, for me, is part of the exciting part of the journey. That we are, I heard Jeff allude to this, we're going back to where we started. But it's an exciting journey, and it's got lots of challenges along the way. Challenges in, as Jeff said earlier, we've got a lot of our whānau that we work with here. And all in different areas. And it is difficult to start to remember one and then to act in terms of working together. It's difficult. So I'm going to leave my kōrero there, and that's where we're heading. We're heading to well-being as opposed to just treatment of illnesses, and we're heading to all whānau as opposed to individuals, and whānau working with us working with whānau. It is not for us to determine. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koe Jen Rutene Smith, tō tātou nei Chief Operating Officer. Kia ora. Nā reira ka huri ake ana hau I tēnei wā ki tētahi kai kōrero anō ko Jensen Weber me ki. He can introduce himself no Ngati Hine ia, engari he piki mihi tēnei kia koe Jensen. Kia ora.
Kia ora whānau. I just wanted to say that, well, I hail from Ngati Hine, my mother, Hine Paraha, and so I went to Northland College here. I love Northland, and I've been a part of it for most of my life, and it's where I choose to live my life and my blood, sweat and tears. What I wanted to share with you today really is why, and I thought it would be better for me to say it from a personal perspective, is why I joined Ngati Hine. I always have had aspirations of working for Māori and to do the best that I can possibly do to contribute to the well-being of all Māori, in particular Ngati Hine and Northland. That is what's driven my ambition and my life and working life. So I just wanted to share that with you as a starting point. What I'm here to talk to you about is actually why we come together. So, you know, we're motivated by whānau. We're here to serve whānau. That is the number one message that I'm here to speak about. How do we do that? Well, if I could just share this with you, I've had 2 whānau members in hospital just this last week, and I understand, you know, how hard it is when you see your own whānau in hospital. And I'm expressing this. Everyone knows what it's like. I'm preaching to the converted because we're all in this space, but I'm reminded how fragile you are in your life without your loved ones. And so it's very, very important to me that we can uplift what we do, be the best that we can be, so that the outcomes that we achieve are optimal for our whānau. That's very important. We have a world-class health and well-being system. We're told that, we hear it, but we don't often see it or see it as much as we'd like, and in particular for Māori. So that's when I first came into health and into an organisation that looks at this, the life expectancy rates wasn't that flash, and there was about an 8-year gap. It's improved over time, but more can be done. It's a huge motivating factor for myself, and I'm sure for a lot of the colleagues here today. And I can see many of whom I've worked with at the DHB and Mahi Tahi Haura and others. And so thank you for coming today and sharing this with us. There is obviously much more that we can do. There's opportunities everywhere we look. If you just look at some of the engagements, and so as I say in the hospital last week, the workers are very kind and very nice, and you know, and for me, I've just really appreciated what they did. But often the system around them is broken. It is not working as well as it should. So there is a dire need for us to do things a lot better. There's silos of operation, and we need to work much more collaboratively to achieve the outcomes that we're striving for and that what we're working hard to achieve. So that's in many ways a lot of the reasons why I've come to Ngati Hine Health Trust. I see a vision of that intent, and it's not an easy one. It's not an easy undertaking by no stretch of the imagination. We all try to, but I think this is really a genuine effort by us to achieve that end. So I'm just encouraged by the talent as well that I've seen at various places. Having worked at those different areas, Ngati Hine has a wealth of knowledge and experience and capability that's right up there. And I'm really pleased to be a part of a team that's trying to recognise and release a lot of that potential. And just this in closing comments, really, really important that we break down any silos, that there's no one that's any better than anyone else, that we're here to serve our whānau, and that's basically the approach that we're taking, myself and the organisation. Kia ora.
Whānau, I was just reflecting on Jensen and his humility. Can I just, I'm not lifting up Jensen, although having another male inside Ngati Hine Health Trust where our workforce is sort of 85-90% female is great. But I just want to lift up, because Jensen's the newest kaimahi with the trust. Jensen came to us as the chief executive for the Taitokerau PHO. Jensen has a wealth of experience in hauora, in the GP space, and Jensen has fitted in brilliantly into Ngati Hine Health Trust because it's opened his minds up about being more than just physical hauora. I just want to reflect on these maunga that are around you, and there'll be an opportunity later, but another way of looking at these is that Ngati Hine Health Trust continues to hold a clinic here in Pipiwai. I think I see some whānau faces that are regular attendees at the Pipiwai clinic here. And in the days of yesterday, we would primarily come to that clinic to talk about how's your waiwai, how's your nāko, you know, what's going on with your health. But we know when we present to you, you want to talk about everything. What's going on with my housing, what's going on with my mokos, what's going on with my benefit from MSD, what's going on with my the younger members of my whānau who might be having some challenging thoughts. You don't just want to talk to us about hauora. You want to say, Ngati Hine Health Trust, you're the solution for all of my needs. And so that's a reflection of where we're moving, that in future clinics, when we continue to come out here, we'll have a wider team that reflects this one person. When you've got an issue, you talk to Ngati Hine Health Trust. We are the entity that can help work through that issue. You're not going to have multiple plans. You'll just have one plan. If I reflect to a maunga, so Hikurangi maunga is not only here, but it's just out that window that I can see from here as well. Why have we chosen maunga out of Maihi Kawati's corridor around the province of Ngati Hine? We chose our maunga to represent whānau order for two reasons. One is we can identify with them in the north. They're ours. Our challenge as a trust is not to create new silos built around these outcome frameworks. But we also chose maunga like Hikurangi, which is all about enabling you to be self-managing, because they represent aspirations. We don't want to talk to you about what services we're going to provide tomorrow or the next day. We want to go, what does self-managing look like to you in 5 or 10 years' time? Because that's how long it's going to take to journey with you to actually make some changes. What does leading healthy lifestyles look like to you? What does financial sustainability look like for you? Is that the trust has helped X number of people into employment? Is that the trust has contributed to getting our whānau into education? What is it that you aspire for us to work on your behalf to achieve, and then we can report back to you in the future? Not that we broke even and there's some audited accounts here in the annual report that says, you know, we lived within our means. Not that we delivered 41 contracts, you know, because I've worked out you can deliver 41 contracts and make not one iota of a difference. Did you know that? You can deliver many contracts. Jen and I often have this kōrero about whānau order in the north. We can deliver a beautiful whānau order report that says we met all the KPIs of a contract, but actually when we look at our people, they're the same today as they were when we first engaged them. So that's why when we go back to our maunga here, we want to jointly define with our whānau, live healthy lifestyles, pauerua maunga over here. Actually, what does living healthy lifestyles mean for you? What does that mean for you in Pipiwai? Once we work out what that means to you, for you, the trust will go and aspire to work on that journey with you, right there next to you, and come back and say, how have we delivered on that aspiration? Radically different from how have we delivered on our health contract. So I just wanted to, first of all, lift up Jensen. Jensen joined us in August of this year. He's made our team of 4 really awesome. We feel his heart. Jen and Amadonna and I know that Jensen has incredible heart for you. In fact, for the Chief Financial Officer, he's the first person to say, stop talking about business, talk about our people. And we go, what? You're the Pūtea man. So on that basis, I'll hand back to Amadonna and we might have this video ready to go. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jeff. I just want to lift up Jeff too. Tēnā koe, Jeff. Koe hoki, Jen. Me Jensen, koutou katoa. Are you alright, the Uncle Mary? Ka pai. Alrighty. E haere tonu ana tātou mo tēnei wā. Just a reminder, we're going to continue with the presentation, Hakari, Kaitahi, and then come inside for more whānau feedback, amuri ake. So on that note, I think already ke tō tātou nei whakaata.
Hikurangi titiro ki Pouerua, Pouerua titiro ki Rākau Manga, Rākau Manga titiro ki Manaia, Manaia titiro ki Tū Te Moe titiro ki Tārai o Rāhiri, Te Tārai o Rāhiri, titiro ki Hikurangi, ki ngā kie whawhārui o Wetupue. Kia ora! O tātai Henare tōku ingoa, no te pito o te ao, Ngati Hine. He uri a hau, he tūkau me ki no te mārao hine āmari, Ngati Hine puke rau. Tēnā hara mai, got a few things to share with you. Hoa ki tā. Haura whānau, 26 years with a humble beginning in 1992, with a total of 366 staff, including 141 part-time home health kaiahi, 15 work sites, and last year the work we did directly helped 18,000 people. So as you can see, we're quite a big whānau here. We're here, we're there, a bit like a big jigsaw puzzle, that when assembled, we're a force to be reckoned with. Tēnā, tauri mai.
Tōru nā whanga mātou o te komiti Māori toko tōru mātou nā koe tēnā te komiti tuatai. Rari taka timata tātou o mātou mahi rangahau, engari ko te mea tuatahi, me rako inu he kaimahi i te pohopoho haere ki roto i Ngati Hine, te mea renga nei te tāta, nā i te rapu haere o ena. Nā tai ka mātou ka pānui haere ki te rapu i kaimahi, nā ko te kaimahi tatu e mātou o pane. Nā haere mai te e tā rātou whānau te ore oi, ka paungia mai tā rātou tangata ki mokatai. E a te taketa tēnei kaupapa haere ka haere nei koutou o motatau, o matawaia, ngari matawaitu te ore wai ki waho. Ore rotonatau ki a kopa ka mea te eha, māma ke me ngā me huna kaunu mai ka tāpate nero. Nā i reira ka tīmatatu ki kaupapa, mo motatau, mo tukiwai, mo te kaui mua. Ka haere tērā kaupapa ka tīmatatu e kane ki te haere i roto motatau, roto koi matawai, roto koi pipiwai. Ngari ga tae pi ngā puahi kore aho matawai e pokapu ka me ngā te hangi tama e ake take ka koutou e kiri ake no koutou e maho e tēnā ngā o pokapu ki waho ai ka haka whānui ki pokapu ki o tīria nā ki te mai a wake ki wai onga ki ngā rohe kato o Ngati Hine
Ko tawhiti ke tō haere ngā mai, kia kore e haere muito. He nui wō mai, kia kaua e mahi muito.
Kia ora, ko Ron User. I do IT and technical support for Ngati Hine FM and the Ngati Hine Health Trust. I like helping people with problems they might have with technology, enabling them to do their jobs, empowering and helping our people.
My name is Henare Marae. I'm a registered Tamaki nurse, working with the Ngati Hine Health Trust. I'm enjoying it. I monitor children's growth and development from the age of 0 to 5 years old. The most important thing is having a robust referral pathway so we age area with mums that choose us as the service for their Tamaki.
My name is Wayne Smith. I'm one of the final water navigators based here at the Ngati Hine here in Marae. I treasure the opportunity to work alongside our men. I think that a lot of our men don't have the access to swimming services as some of the groups in our community, and I have a passion to work alongside them to be the best they can, to take their place where they're at.
Kia ora, I'm Amber Smith. I've been at the Ngati Hine Health Trust working for the radio station coming up 5 years now, and I am the program director for Ngati Hine FM. What I love most about my job, one, firstly, is my team. They're a happy bunch, they're amazing. Also, I love being able to go out into the community and to celebrate every day kaupapa with our whānau. We're lucky enough to be involved in annual events year after year, and Ngati Hine FM are very, very proud to go and participate along with our whānau. And of course, the bigger and wider kaupapa for the establishment of Ngā Reo Iwi Māori, which is the protection, the promotion and enhancement of our reo.
He toa ki te kōki, hei hāpai, te oranga o te.
We are finally creating a fund. We are finally empowering finally to be here best. And we will continue to challenge ourselves to deliver for our partners. Aotearoa, Aotearoa.
We're going to keep going through our agenda on our side here. We have some community announcements that we wanted to share with you today. Relationships, partnerships, Nā reira, I te tuatahi tēnā pia, he karanga tēnei, mo wetahi o koutou mai te kapori, mai ngā
members of our Haitumu Taipare collective with Martin and Tanya to come forward and just take a seat. Don't be shy, people. While those seats are being taken, it's great. Wayne is up there. Wayne, I hope that little seat is good for you right there. I made a statement earlier that part of the kaupapa for this year's AGM is that we can't do it by ourselves. We're going on a journey that requires us to join with you and you to join with us, because the mahi for our whānau is bigger than any individual entity. The trust has started out already on a pathway of engaging with our community, and we've got a couple of announcements to make today around continuing on that journey with the trust. It's a bit like Tātai was saying here. We're coming right back to the beginning to keep the main thing. And the main thing is our community. Earlier this year in July, as part of the trust, ensuring that we don't just become a marquee out there that you see as an event. The trust doesn't just become a Henare Marae office that you drive past or you see those cars out there. This trust wants to really reinforce and come back to being the hands and feet of the community. And earlier this year, we demonstrated that by a couple of examples, being partnering with the Moirua United Kawakawa Rugby at the Northland Rugby Championship at Simpson Park, which the team won, and subsequently were promoted into the Bailey's Premiership Division in 2020. The Trust also supported the Moirua Tigers Taitokerau Rugby League Grand Final at Simpson Park. There's something in the water in Moirua sports-wise, because they're winning a lot of things. There's a seat up here for you if you can come forward and sit next to Martin. He might hoggle the camera light if you're not here. And then at the Te Ahuarika Festival just a few weekends ago, Ngati Hine Health Trust was one of the major sponsors at Te Ahuarika or Ngati Hine. We made that decision out of choice. You know, every decision we make is a choice that we make through relationship. And so the trust at the Ahuarika or Ngati Hine Festival not only ended up investing $10,000 of sponsorship, but we provided 40 kai mahi to that kaupapa, every resource that we had, because being with our community is very important. Before I set the scene here, there's three things that our people have told me, in addition to AGMs such as this, that are important to them, to people of Ngati Hine. Their marae, their culture, and their sports fields. Those are three things, in addition to all the iwi kaupapa, iwi politics, whanaungatanga, that are really important, is our marae, our culture, and our sports fields. And today we want to make a couple of announcements around the Trust partnering with some of our community members, consistent with what we've shared behind. The first one is the Trust is entering into a relationship with Media Marae trustees. We are partnering with the Media Marae trustees to support the trustees bring the aspirations for the marae redevelopment at Media at Te Rapunga to reality. So we've looked at that and we've seen the hard-working whānau of Media Marae doing the fundraisers, doing the hangis at Ahuarika, they're everywhere doing the mahi. And so we're about to announce, we're announcing today that Ngati Hine Health Trust is entering into a partnership relationship with Media Marae to assist them to bring their redevelopment to realities. We want to serve the trustees, and from my perspective, before I put Adama, the chairman of the Marae, and or Len on the spot to say a few words and sign a document that cements this announcement. They asked me at a hui on Saturday at Te Pukapu, why is it that Ngati Hine Health Trust has come to us? Very rarely do people come to maraes and say we want to help you. Generally, we got to go to everywhere else and say, can you help? And I shared this message with the trustees on Saturday morning, and I think it's really important because it goes to the heart of the kaupapa. Is that on the first day when I joined, second day when I joined, the first day was the Pōrere, then I had Anzac Day off, and then I went to work on the third day. And so I went around our maraes with bits of teeth in there. That was the first thing I did mahi-wise, was embedded myself in understanding the marae, the hapu structures of Ngati Hine. And Pita took me past Media Marae, and we just pulled in there. And he shared with me the importance in terms of the senior whakapapa line of Media Marae. And I said to him, well, if that's such the whakapapa of this particular marae, this marae doesn't look like it's reflecting that whakapapa. And the fact is, it's on State Highway 1, and so I drive past it as often as I do, and in my heart I said, this marae requires some help. When the trust here has come along to serve and support the trustees and bring the infrastructure that we've got to that marae to realise some vision that's on the back here. So I just want to mihi to Arama, to Len, and to the other trustees who may be in the room, that it's a pleasure and a privilege that Ngati Hine Health Trust can announce today formally that we're entering into a partnership for at least 3 years to bring that vision that's been long in the hearts of some tupuna of that marae who are not here today to hear this announcement. So, yeah, kia ora no tātou. I'd like to invite Arama and or Len to just say a few words about the kaupapa. Kia ora.
Kia ora mai tātou. Pēne o taku kōrero e rote tere wā, e nei te tinotanga ki aupo. Ki aupo te pāo kauti. Ki aupo te tiro ki pauerua te tiro atu. Ki hukurangi. Te tiro ki te taha, te tau ore ngā wairua o motatau. O motatau te tiro ki te tarai o rahiri. Te tarai o rahiri te tiro atu ki Tūtamoe. Ko Tūtamoe ki whātiri te tiro ki manaia. Ki manaia te kauhautu, te manaia te iwi, o manaia te maunga. Nā ka anga atu ki rākau mangamanga, ko rākau mangamanga. Nā ko tēnei, ko te rohe pōtai o kauti. Nā ki te taha ko tau mārere, kei roto rā, nā ko e tū ko Ngati Hine puke rau, ko hini amaru te tupuna, ko te iwi o Ngati Hine ti heiwa Māori ora. Nō reira e te whananga mā, ko tēnei, e tino ātahua te huinga o te tēnei wā. E māti atua, mā e pāia mātu matu i tarangi, koutou. Hei tiake mana ki ngā wā katoa e raro i te korowai aroha. E raranga mai te kotahitanga i runga i tēnei kaupapa hono rei e ora ki tēnei rā. Kaue ware ki a rātou mā ngā tupuna katoa i wahi atu i te pō. Nā e tū ki Waiomi te tiro atu ki Otārawa, ki runga rā, ki Puketūtū, te whakararo ko Wairere, te tiro atu ki te taha o te marae ki Miria, i runga i tērā taha ko te whare tupuna, ko te rapunga, ko te whare hahaunga, a te whare kai, nā, ko pēnei, ko tapu tūranga, ko tapu tupeha. Nō reira kia hau nei, ko Arama i tū i mui a tātou i tēnei wā. Nō reira ngā kaumātua ngā kuima. Le te mihi o taku matua i noho ani tēnei taha. Happy birthday, e matua. Te kōrero e rua ngā rau mua. I'm going to get that holiday, put that on the Facebook. You know, it's not his day, it's our day. It's our day to celebrate our matua in Hey, you know, not very often we get to say thank you. Nō reira, nei te mihi atu ki a koe, e mata. Ko tēnei te kai tiaki o i rungi tēnei marae. Nō reira, nei te mihi he whakatau. And to welcome us here to our whare. Nō reira, Jeff, and our Ngati Hine, ngā whanaunga. You know, it's more than a trust. I think today it's a whanaunga. E aha te mahi ngai i tēnei rā, I raranga mai o ngā whenu katu. You know, today's mahi is about a mahi of bringing us all together. And so, I don't know if I see this as a partnership, but more as of a hononga I wanga mea koutou. It ties us together. For whatever reason, they brought us here to Pipi Way. You know, I had to go past to wait there. What happens is better now, you know, I'm coming out here. I go, oh, I have to say hello to all my tupunas before I get to Pipi Way. If that was the kaupapa of today, well, pay on. You know, so what a beautiful ahua to be here today. You pray to Wairua, and we of Media Marae, te rapunga, are only but accepting of the aroha and koha that has been placed before us. Nō reira, pēne o taku mihi, e mihi aroha I ki tēnei wā. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou. Nā koutou aroha, I tuhinga I runga I roto I te pukapuka a paipera. Nā, o te mea tuatahi, o te whakapuna, me te tumanako, o te mea nui te aroha. Nō reira e māti atua koutou he tiaki e manaki ngā wā katoa, tēnā koutou kia ora.
Tēnā koe te he mana media Taraponga Marae. We've got a symbolic signing ceremony here. So I'm like the same place Donald Trump's pen. But we would like to just cement our whanaunga through a signing ceremony here. And maybe we'll invite our other colleagues up. They'll bring colour to we'll just have a handshake. Madonna, you're on the play a role as secretary. Handshake and come in close. Moving right along, I think the Media Marae Community Partnership joining us together is another example of what we say wellness is. We can deliver all of this mahi, but if our whānau says our marae's in disarray, then what have we achieved for our people? That's an example of one of the reasons we are starting with Media Marae, but we're not finishing with Media Marae. The next corridor in terms of the community partnership is an announcement of the Trust joining with Moeroa and United Kawerau Rugby Clubs, plural. Again, as I've come to learn both here and at home, what happens on the sports fields, it doesn't matter what age our sports players are, it's of tremendous interest to us. For example, could be why rugby playing down the back here is of tremendous importance to the whānau here. So what we've seen with these two clubs who run a strong JAB or junior rugby kaupapa on Saturdays in Moeroa and Kawakawa, through to this senior team winning everything that came before them in the 2019 season and earning the right to be promoted to the big boys, the Bailey's Premiership Rugby competition, which is primarily mostly whāngarei, waipu teams and kiri, and now Moerewa United Kawakawa, is that again we saw it fitting that the hard work that the whānau involved in these clubs every Saturdays, junior grades, teenage grades, but in this situation, as Ngati Hine Health Trust is entering into a partnership to support Moerewa United Kawakawa Rugby, not participate, but dominate and eventually win the Bailey's competition. Hey, Aura, go on. Nobody aspires to get second, third or last. And so again, we see our whānau, particularly our men who were involved in these sports teams. This is an opportunity for the trust to join the whānau of the clubs, to find leaders, to even take our services, home order, social services, to the sports grounds on Saturday. I'm still trying to work with our kaimahi to say, yeah, we're going to be working on Saturday. Why? Because many of the whānau who turn up at the sports fields, Pukiwai here, or Simpson Park, or Kawakawa, guess what? They don't engage with us Monday to Friday. They don't engage with our clinic Monday to Friday during our working hours. So again, another example of the trust, we've got to change our mindset. We exist for our whānau, not to exist for our own working hours comfort. And so if our tāne and wahine are at the sports grounds, we've got to go and meet them where they're at. We've got to support the young men in these senior teams to become the leaders that their whānau always aspired for them to be. Not just their whutupōro on the field, but leaders. So our relationship that we're announcing today is talking about not just Ngati Hine being on the jersey. I don't know if there's a picture of potential, but actually we're partnering with the men to bring the men back to the marae with their noho marae, to bring a tikanga element, to develop a haka for this team when they rumble onto Seminoles Stadium, to represent Ngati Hine in everything they do. So our trust is looking forward to working with Moerewa Rugby and the United Kawakawa clubs to not just be sponsors, but to find ambassadors and leaders and a pathway for this trust to meet our whānau. Some of them driving this logging truck that's going past. He's got no time to come to our health clinic. Why? He's earning pūtea for his whānau, and then he's potentially going to rugby training. And so our opportunity to engage with him is not in our space, because he doesn't exist in our space. Our opportunity is to find him at that rugby field, and as Jen said before, not just find an individual, but find his whole whānau that we can work with. So Wade, if I can ask you to come up and represent the clubs, say a few words, and then we'll seal the deal with another signing ceremony.
Thanks Jeff, thanks Ngati Hine Health Trust, trustees, executive. To enter in this partnership is awesome for us. For me as a coach, and Jeff has alluded to it, is trying to build our young male leaders within our valley there, within Ngati Hine. We have been hammered by the prosperity of what was, and bringing these players together, there were, well, them just playing to release anger, I guess,
in such a way. For the last 3 years on the journey, we've changed that to becoming leaders, changing lifestyles, the well-being of our players, to a point last year we've removed the drinking culture, as some would say, to a point where they might have a couple of beers and then go home to their farm. The days of all-night benders, all-weekend benders are gone for our players. In doing that, they've also removed the domestic violence. I used to be able to set my watch to midday and know I'll get 3 or 4 phone calls saying, I'm not coming today, because they've just had an argument with their partner. Now the partners are coming to football and the tamariki and stuff, and we're all the tamariki's uncles now, and that's just the journey that we've been on to change our culture within our young Māori leaders, our leaders that we've got in our valley. So partner up with Ngati Hine to keep enforcing that right through both clubs up to that pinnacle is huge for us. It just gives us some more support going forward, because it's not easy sometimes, particularly when you do get one. And I will take the story of one of our players coming to us with his partner had tried to take her life. So we rallied around him and we got the support, went to Ngati Hine, got the counselling services. So I take my hat off to those counsellors that helped us through that. But as we talk about whānau and the one plan, we're all part of that plan, even our rugby team. So none needs to get
wondering why I stood up to sing that song. All you pages from Ngati Taro. Perimia, our tupuna first husband was Tuaka, who begat all the pages of Moka. And Arawala is one of them. That Kuya went and married her second husband, who comes from Panguru, to get all the pages of Panguru, including him. I mean, that's the wrong.
Just one thing with Uncle Irene, 53 years ago, he actually designed the symbols.
Before I get into our, and we're getting there whānau, I can hear and smell them kai shortly, but I know there's been a lot of kōrero about why the Trust would put itself in a position to be on the front lines with a sports club. Well, my comment to that is, that's where the Trust is called to be, on the front lines, in with our people, working with them shoulder to shoulder, and not waiting for them to come to us. So I'm looking forward to developing, and as Wayne says, finding those rangatira of ours that we can support them on the journey to, hey, be the leaders who are one day sitting on the taupapa here, us representing Ngati Hine in the Semco Northland rugby team. And I can say now, Matua Hidini, that my whanaunga Ngati Pro used to say, there's only one iwi rugby team in the world, Ngati Pro East Coast. I can now ring them and say there's two, Ngati Hine Moerewa United. The next kaupapa that I want to share is around the concept of we can't do it by ourselves anymore. That's been a theme of today. Ngati Hine Hauora can't do everything by itself. We can't do things unless we work with our partners. More importantly, we can't do things unless we're working with the community and youth. So as part of, I guess, breaking an approach that's been driven upon Māori NGOs and providers and starting the journey of really breaking this kaupapa, Māori have been forced to compete against each other in Northland for too long. So this is how it happens. The people with the pūtea dangle a pūtea, but like eeling, I don't know how you eel around here, but they dangle a pūtea, a service contract, and they say, all you Māori, come in, fight for this bit of faith. And it's a race to the bottom. We end up underbidding, our whanaungatanga gets stretched, so as part of the future in Paitokoro, Ngati Hine Health Trust in our strategic plan says we must work together to bring parties together. Because a race to the bottom on contestable competitive processes is a race that our whānau get done. It's not a race our whānau get to win. They get to deal with the person who got to the bottom of the race with the price, etc. So today, we're announcing a collective, a relationship, a starting point of some Māori entities. Urban Māori, hapu and iwi coming together to form the starting point of a collective relationship for the North. I say starting point because I know when I talk to Ngāho, Tania and Martin here, is we have aspirations and our colleagues have aspirations to do far more in this collective. But our kaupapa is, we're announcing today a collective that we've named Taipari Taitumu Collective, largely because we're engaging with Oranga Tamariki on the 27th of November to talk about shaking that place up and working with this collective. Why Taitumu Taipari? That's what Martin said. Taitumu Taipari. Where did you get that name from, Ngāti Wharawa said? Where I get all my names from. My Kathy over there. But I think Taitumu Taipari is the perfect name for our collective when you think about our aspirations. One is we need a sea change in the way things work in the North. Not multiple Crown ministries working with multiple NGOs up and down and not adopting a whānau water framework. So we're starting to set the bar. Our aspiration is there's only one entity to talk to regarding working with Māoridom, and that's Taitumu Taipari, starting with Oranga Tamariki. Secondly, we know that the tides come in and they go out. And so there's the certain rhythm of our tides, and we want that tide to be coming in and be bringing sustenance and well-being to our whānau and to our whenua who are looking for that incoming tide to say, I need some nourishment and sustenance. Also, the tides come and go out, but one thing doesn't change on the foreshore is our people's needs. So Taitumu Taipari has also got an aspiration, and today, with these beautiful people here, we've come together to form a collective. And when I think about the four entities here, is that the good thing about our four entities is we can make decisions. We don't have to run off to iwi huis, run off to 10 masters. We can make decisions ourselves. And then within this collective, when you think about Ngāho and Deb there in Moirawa, ourselves in Moirawa, Kawakawa, coming down into the Kaipara, this collective here, the inaugural members, have a big region of Northland covered in terms of service delivery. So we aspire to be a commissioning agency for Māori providers in the North, and even though we're starting with Oranga Tamariki for the 27th, where the CEO of Oranga Tamariki, the CEO of MSP, are coming to engage with our collective, the message is that's the start. It's not the end point. Because I know our whanaunga, who we work with, buy into this kaupapa. So we're setting the scene. So on that basis, wow, look at them. Martin, you're always on News Hub TV3. So you can get up and have a forward or about the cope up on behalf of
still better than tuake au me tātou whānau, ki mai ki waina nui i teituku ngā kaupapa. O tahi. O tahi ngā mahi i taituki rau, i whāngarei, i kaipara, i tēnei, i tautaki. Ngā mahi ki te manaki tiaki i tātou whānau. Tēnā koe te kakao. Kia ora tātou e whānau mā, ko Mātu Kaipu tōku ingoa, ko Ngati Hine te hapu te apauri te iwi. Me taki whaia, o te raro. E mahi ana au ki o Tangarei, Whangarei te ringo whāua. Tēnei e hika ki o koutou, ngā kaumātou, ngā kuia mā e nohono nei, e tēnā koe te katoa. I'm humbled to be here today. I had to ring up this morning to make sure I was out doing my animals. And this fellow said, didn't you read my text? I never read any texts. Kānui ki te kānui. Ngati, wait then. Yeah, it was like what, talking about putting down the silos. And we talk about whānau ora. In terms of coming from that concept and working with my co-mahu in Auckland, Henare, we did wellness start in our home, in the climate. As whānau got bigger, our whānau got bigger. And that. So the concept was easy for us in terms of working with our whānau, but again, the emphasis here is that can't do like it says, it takes their village to raise their child. In this case, it takes the whānau to raise our whānau. So we take that into the concept. I have no compromise on what we have to do in terms of working with our whānau. The biggest challenge is our whānau. It's not the system, it's our whānau. The good thing with Māori and ourselves, we can get into those doors and have those conversations that others can't. So here is an opportunity for us and my whānau from Kaipara, Te Uri, to say, yeah mate, we're on a long journey. We've been in existence for the last 30 years and it is a struggle on your own. So this is a fine opportunity. And it's setting a precedent for everyone. They talk about integrated relationships, but this policy doesn't allow us to integrate. Policy that's restricted Māori from doing that extra bit that we need to do as whānau. So it's an honour to be here. And I remember all the good things that here playing in the back against Paulie and Christmas and getting smashed. And then all of a sudden all of us are playing gridiron together. So that was awesome. Here it's not so much about doing well, here it's about being state of origin. If you're not from here, you're going to get smashed. And if you survive it, man, you're going to have good speed up. That was fun memories. And same like the league. Playing the Tigers and stuff, all Tangarei and Moro, we always sort of had that thing in the middle, but at the end of the day, we still have a laugh afterwards, and who's still standing. So, and again, that's the big thing with whānau will always be standing. And Pākehā always wondering why we had collapsed. Our warrior keeps us resilient. So, nō reira e tātou mā, tēnā koe te katoa. E kore au, e ngaro, te kakano, irui a mai, irangi a te rā. Kia ora tātou.
just wanted to acknowledge my mate. You know, I'm looking at the... Still here? Oh no, when we're looking at that early day, 1992, and they're talking about the registration. And I remember me, Tohe and Wiki, on the van, traveling all around Ngati Hine, and we had these forms. There's no Matarori around here. And you had to go into these whānau. You know, this is when I first started. So I asked them about, you know, setting up the trust. Well, that was a very dangerous journey. You know, you know, and the only thing I'm going to say is that got me through the door for going to make it prepare. That was anything that got me through the door. You know? But, and I just, I tell people around Thailand, I was at the Sweden, 75. I'm tired before the discovery of everything, like New Zealand, like collective impact, like conservation. You know, they think we don't know. And it comes back to the core of this, to look after our own. They've been in charge of this marae. And look at the mess. So, our whananga, Greg, you know, he's got that job as the judge. And he said, you know, because there's a protocol, and I know there's a protocol normally, if you're a judge, they don't try to put you in the area because of conflict of interest. It's not one of those protocols. You know what he said? He said, if we can't look up, we don't have outsiders coming in to look after our own. We look after our own. And for me, this collective is about that. Our tino ranga, tino tanga, you know, us taking care of them. And the two things I wanted to say is, you know, when I walk around all this, the place, and Ngati Hine to all these whānau, all over the place, is around Pukepukeroi. You know, even though, yes, and I believe in kotahitanga, and I believe in working collectively, but if we forget those individuals and what they bring, katupato. And I'm not trying to say it as a divisional thing, because actually our power is in the little we all bring. You know, we all know if you come from one area, who makes the best takakau, who makes the best pickle, who does the best sting pudding, and when we come to the marae, it all leha. So that's my understanding of collective impact, and it collects on me. So now that at the final, you know, I think we have and I just want to acknowledge Jeff. Well, you know, we had to get somebody. Sometimes people from outside, we're so busy, you know. The biggest battle is what this fella said, is us. Is us. So sometimes when you get our whananga from Ngati Hine, sitting outside, you know, you can't see the wood from the trees sometimes. We're busy going this way, somebody can come in and help us get order and bring our sight back to what we need to do. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, he went there to get out
Would be remiss of me tonight for an opportunity to forward to you, Arthur is the General Manager of Udi Oho Tangata Development.
I would just like to thank really my colleagues. It's an honour to be here and to be invited here today. Even with, I work for the trust, so I have some history with Ngati Hine Health Trust. And the other history I have is my auntie, my dad's youngest brother married Betty from here. She was a niha. So, and I think the other history my dad has is playing rugby, but I don't think I want to go there. And I don't want to say who his name is in case he leaves a legacy himself. But like my colleagues, I think this for us, for Te Reo part of the technical no-brainer community. We're not that arrogant to think that we can do it all by ourselves, and we can't. And so we need our mates, our whanaunga, to help us in the kaipara and everywhere. And we're not just there for the kaipara, we're there to help all of our whānau, because we know our whānau all over the place. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say, because my mates talk more than enough.
Well, if I can just invite our whānau up here, we can't let rugby have a ceremonial signing without us. So this is our memorandum of understanding. So here we go, that's you. Thank you, guys, look forward to continuing to do the lucky with these awesome providers here in Taipura. We're just about there. Two other things. One is we've got a medical studies scholarship to announce. So again, if I ask, actually I don't know if I can see Dr. Tamara virtual on the site, if we can maybe just encourage Tamara to make way back. It's Ngati Hine Health Trust has supported with scholarships a whole lot of our whānau over the years with their tertiary studies into the medical profession. Not all of those whānau we have supported have come back to us, but one who has come back to us is Dr. Tamara Virtual. She'll be more hard because she'll be in the picture. But Tamara is the future of our Kaukau Medical Centre. Tamara has been accepted into GP training from the month of December, and our hope is that she will be the face of our general practice in Kaukau when our awesome husband and wife GP team who are with us for another 12 months decide to rest up. So I'm going to ask Tamara to come forward as a past recipient of a scholarship. And we want to announce today that the board has supported a scholarship application that I'll ask Tamara to pass over as a former scholarship recipient to another, to Piri Hawaiki Nōpera Tohu Hāpati. So Piri, if you're in the whare, your whānau, if you can come forward, and I'll ask Tamara. To present this to you and maybe just share a few words, and it's a pleasure that we support Udi of Te Orewai here today, who is head of the medical.
So this is Piri Hawaiki Nōpera. Piri hails from Whipipa. He has been coming to our outreach clinics for about a couple of years now. He talked about his dream to be a doctor. So Ngati Hine Health Trust was a part of the support for him towards his application. In the hospital, I had to go to I'm so stoked for him. And I know one day he's going to be at home. So,
Te mohi au, ko tēnei te wā ki te tū ki te whakaute ngā mihi aroha a koutou ki ahoe. Ki te koe o aku kākahu, ngā toke ngā pinki. E mohi o ko koutou te ia ahau, no ia ahau, no konei, no te ori wai. Anei te mihi kia koutou whakatau mai, I raro I tēnei o te tātou marae a tau Henare. Ki oku e mahi au I te kohangara, e mātu kia tōku tumaki a Aunty Maki, ki te maure ngā tamariki engari, e toru noiho ngā kaimahi, ko au te tai, ko ia te tai, ko te tokotoru, kei waho I te kehini, tuki ai. No reira, kore tai a rātou te hara mai, engari, mauri au, te aroha rātou kia koe. E whai au he rata oncologist, ki oku whakaaro, kotahi noiho tangata e mahi tera mahi, no tōkai, no te East Coast. So, e tino rehe ana Ngati Hine me Ngati Hine, e pakana hai ana. So no reira, anei ngā mihi poto, ngā mihi aroha kia koe Tamara, kia koe Uncle Len, ki tō poari mātua tarahiti, a koe te pānia pāma, ke koneria? Kia koe whai moto tau te koranga I ahau I tēnei huarahi kai ana au. No reira, anei te mihi, anei te wairua, anei te aroha kia koutou, ke nara koutou katoa. Manu! E orea mai, kore whā. E orea mai kāna, kia mai
Final kaupapa whānau and then the ringo wera of calling. I met Vinny at one of our clinics about a year ago when Lenny said, let's go out to the Pipiwai clinic. And I remember from that corridor, Vinny said he wanted to be a doctor then. He was at the clinic. And it's great that we can join him on that journey because it's a big journey. And we want to join with you to get you from the start to the finish line. Well, Pita, when Pita first showed me around those marae, I said that day 3. We got to Pipiwai and he said to me, Jeff, there's one thing I need you to take out of this. I go, what's that, Pita? He said, Pipiwai is the centre of Ngati Hine universe. So, just as it's the centre of the Ngati Hine universe, we're going to come right back to the beginning. Gwen quickly announced this in her bit, but it's really important that a kōrero today was taking us back. Did you know there's a song with those words in it? Well, I won't share that with you. Taking the trust back to right where it began, in the valleys where Ngaho talked about going around getting the form, reconnecting this trust with its people, supporting the community on the ground, making sure contracts and business doesn't distract us from what's the important thing. And so today, I want to finish this part of the hui. We go to lunch, we have a kai, and for all of those questions you've got in the annual report, or that gossip you want to have a kōrero about, we're back here at 1:30. You can be in my ear for a whole hour in that space with questions. But this moment in closing this part of the hui is I want to ask Auntie Pane to come forward to have some api to get her wayway moving up here, because we flicked over it at the beginning, but one of the key announcements we made is we've appointed Auntie Pane, the second life member of this hauora. Our first life member is Auntie Pauline Paraha, who I think's down.
It's just right at the door.
She's in the Paripaku. So Auntie Pane, what a beautiful photo up there. I saw a photo of when you were younger. It's important that we acknowledge Auntie Pane today, and I'll ask them to come up and kaupoko his whanaunga. That actually in closing off this journey of Ngati Hine helps us. With the conferment of life membership on Auntie Pane, she's got a nice jacket too. It's got life member on it. What this signals is that we've come back to the beginning of the trust. 26 years of coming back to start again, where Ngati Hine was the first of the trust. And today it's an absolute privilege in front of your whānau here, Auntie, in front of our stakeholders, to keep the real thing the real thing. I remember when you were at my job interview and you held my hand and you talked to my wife Ravina at the back there and comforted us to say, well, you might be a long way away from Painapati, but you're amongst beautiful people. I never forget that. You're a great hand-holder and supporter of mine as I've navigated the journey. So, whānau e tātou mā, as Auntie Pane was confirmed the position of life membership. That means the royal red carpet gets rolled out in front of her wherever we go. You're not laughing.
Ora kau itu. Ahai kita awa i roto ngati te tawa matawa ia te kau I mo te kone. Ora kau e. O te utu. E o ke na kinga I watato pano e puta nei ko te tiro. So that was that's what she did. I can't say the same because I get paid for what I do. But my Auntie Pane did it full throttle. And I can't say much. But, and the brother over here, putting Latin Brother on the stool. But not that he's made some changes to the whole group. And some of the changes people didn't like, and some of them were tickled pink. So he has a big job. So is Gwen and the board of trustees. They've got major challenges in front of them. And no doubt, a lot of you's got a lot of questions to ask them later on. But I don't want to hold anybody up. I know we've got to go for a kite, and there's another part of this, is where you come back on. Go ahead, I go. Ki te kukumo. Mama singi o hola tu. Lorena hola kau te kukumo te ike. E tere kua.
And if you want to continue the kōrero, we invite you all back at 1:30 i rote te whare. Whakaputa ngā kōrero mai te whānau seem to feedback overall. Whānau kōrero tahi 1:30. Keri a tēnei wā, whātua te rātou kia ere hei.
Tēnā tātou, muitu te hare ngā hoto ki te kai. Maku ngā kai, hapa pai rone, mata honau ke rama hoto i te tai kukoto. E umata kore ko mato te kore patali, oro te pēna. E ino e te ora kia whaka tata mai ke matu ino tau matu umahi, i te apina i te chaki o matu ino tau matu haere. E haere ino matu ki te manaku ngā hopo o matu hai e tatari mai nei o tātou whanau. O reira whaewana ko ngā matu ino i ae tonu nei, māua kamanga mai ki hei mauro.
Now we need to sign the register whānau, we can deal with the give the wrong impression if I didn't wash my hands. So was that roast in butter? How was that cooked? We were trying to figure it out. We said, how was the tuna cooked? Poached in butter and cream, I think. Slow cooked, at least an hour. Really, really nice.
They were cooked in the dish.
Compliments to the chefs in our whare kai for the tuna and all the assortment of kai. Alright, tātou mā, we're just going to get started because we do want to hear your feedback and kōrero. Tēnei te wā e tātou mā ko otike ngā pānui me ki e pāna ki te hauro o Ngati Hine. We heard the appointment of trustees going into the next year. We've heard about our aspirations, the strategic plan, the annual report, ko wai mātou, and now we're looking, really this is the whānau-centred feedback workshop, kōrero tahi, puta mai te whakaaro. So, hoi nāno i tātou mā kōrero taku tū. I'm going to finish now in my role, officially. Thank you very much for having me. Ko e matana taku ingoa, nā hui te honore ki te tū ki moi a koutou. Always good to see our uncles and aunties here. And I'm going to hand it over to Lenny Bristow again. Not only an extraordinary birthday boy, but clearly a master chef with that poached tuna. Tēnā koe Lenny Bristow. Kia ora tātou. Poached tuna, yeah.
Hey, good afternoon everybody. Look, it's time for questions in regards to the operation of the Hauhora Trust. What you don't like, what you like, what you tickle pink with. I suppose that's this forum here is to have open and transparent consultation with the board of trustees. So anybody got any questions? It's got to be. I want you to stand up and say, oh, why is the Tingong there? So, who has got the mic? Yeah, she'll come around to whoever has got any questions. All feedback, so we're just going to test the mic because that's really loud. It's going to Ngati Kahua Torongari me te Parapau now. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, raro te tūngi o tēnei o tātou whare tūpuna, tēnei ka mihi atunu ki o koutou katoa. Arareia mā kōrero hea, nei i te tīmatanga o tēnei hui, no reira tēnei ka mihi atunu ki o tātou katoa. But me kōrero i roto te reo Pākehā. The question I want to ask, what do you see in the future of the Pākehā organisations that are in town? Because now you've basically cemented grounding with the Māori organisations in town. I'm talking about in town in Whangarei. How do you see where they will be at? Kia ora.
Oh, such a wise question from Te Parawhau, such a wise question. I think one of the things we're seeing with our Pākehā organisation, so say general practices, GPs, doctors, they're really under the pump across Taitokerau, and the predominant deliverers of general practice are our Pākehā doctors. I think one of the opportunities that they're screaming out for is that how do they reach out, or how do we reach back for them to join up their clinical practices and all the big GP clinics like Bush Road Medical with say Kia ora Ngati Hine or Ngati Hine Hauora. We've got to break those silos at that level because many people don't know what we deliver and don't even want to get on the phone. So if I think about general practice, there's a kaupapa with Mahi Tahi Hauora to bring general practice and Māori. Providers such as Ngati Hine, Te Hiku Hauora, Kia ora Ngati Wai, Te Haoranga, Te Uri o Hau, Te Haua Whiowhio, He Wiko Tahi Tātou Trust, etc. Ngati Kuri together with our GPs. I think in the mainstream, and it was great having some of our kaimahi who work for the ministries. One of the challenges for the ministries who the machinery of government forces them to focus on their vote and only their kaupapa, like health, like housing, like ministry for children, is even though the government is talking about bringing those ministries together, I think Māoridom and people like Ngati Hine Health Trust have got to provide the model and the bridge for them to cross over and be the solution that they're looking for. I know there's a lot of negativity around across the motu around the mahi of oranga tamariki, the mahi of housing, the mahi of hauora, but we can do two things: get on the moaning and bitching wagon, excuse the word, or get on the solutions and reaching out and delivering for our whānau. Because I think there's a lot of hot air going on out there about what should happen. We've got to get the mahi done on the ground and allow the government to reach out to us. Kia ora no tātou.
Kia ora. And remembering it's whakaaro for improvement or feedback as well as pārtai. Oh, I'm getting some eyebrows raised over here. Can you please introduce yourself as you're speaking as well so we can note it down?
Kia ora te whānau, ko Tiri tō te marae, ko Gerard rawa ko Carol ngā o te oku mātua, ko Renee ngā o te ahau. He kaimahi hou, ahau ki Toi Tangata. Toi Tangata is an organisation that grew out of Te Hotu Manoa Māori, National Heart Foundation, when I was younger. And so I've just started there as a new role. This is Uru Whakareia tēnei, toku kōtiro. And we've come up to really, personally, because Toi Tangata is a national organisation, I'm trying to find my way home. But really just came here today to put on to the tipu for our whānau that Toi Tangata is here as an organisation that would like to work with Ngati Hine Health Trust. And I'm really glad to see the movement with all the hauora working together, all the trusts working together. And I just wanted to lay out that our new mahi is really, I guess, putting out there that we can help with advocacy, building spaces around physical activity, and some of those things are not really priority for our whānau in a lot of spaces here. So we want to sort of put out our mahi, our ringa, to be able to help with all the other factors that work towards our hauora around high physical activity, mātauranga Māori and all that sort of stuff. So just saying that we're here. And yeah, kia ora.
Tēnā koe Renee, and Renee was just sharing with me earlier, she's got Ngāti Porou whakapapa in her, and I said, you know what, in this whare, there's plenty of people with Ngāti Porou whakapapa and it'll start coming out. So she mentioned her Hindmarsh Whanaunga back in Ruatori, and they own a bus company back in Ruatori, a bit like Clark's buses, eh? Once you have names on a bus company, it's there forever. So kia ora no tātou. I think part of the opportunity is that we said earlier our strategy as Ngati Hine Health Trust is not to try and be the be-all end-all, because we can never be. So we're both partnering with our other Māori providers, but we want to partner with Toi Tangata, because actually what we want is our whānau to enter our service, and when they need that support, that advocacy, we just refer and tag on to Toi Tangata as if it's part of a seamless organisation. Get over logos, get over whether we're in the same entity, and so we'd welcome a korero around just plugging in and putting whānau at the centre, and all of that mahi you talked about around physical activity, healthy eating, etc. Yeah, we'd welcome an opportunity to use those skills and resources for our people. Kia ora.
Kia ora, I've got a pārtai here from Whaia Sharon.
Kia ora. Kia ora whānau. My name is Sharon Kaipai. I hail from over those hills in Nukutawhiti, Mangakahia. Our marae is, my marae is Parahaki, our manga is Te Rau Rahiri, and our awa is the Mangakahia, the mighty Mangakahia. We here, sitting here, and a few of our whānau had to go home, are recipients of the Pakotai Te Oruoru recreation grounds, health clinic, supported by the Hauora Ngati Hine. Every month we are coordinated by our Paula Terangi here with your nurses, and one of them being Mari Noa. We've all known Mari Noa forever, and she's the bomb. And now we have Tamara and the other staff, and there's a few, come on a bus all the way to Pakotai. And just a brief of Pakotai, we're 60 k's from Whangarei, we're 30 k's from Kaikohe, and we're about 30 k's from Dagaro. So we're right smack bang in the middle, with no services at all from anybody. And I've been saying this for years. Actually, we've had a relationship with Ngati Hine Health Trust. We had a representative on that board, Maud Perana. Probably some of you here don't remember her, but Maud's gone now. And our whanaunga, Brian Poe, was with Ngati Hine FM for years, and he's passed now too. And so, what a lot of us have come here to say today, and I'm sorry most of the old people have gone, but please pass on to them, the staff, that we're ever so thankful for your services. We meet once a month, we talk, we laugh, we get tested by Tamara and the rest of the staff. We can have midi, and now we're also doing line dancing. And that's got to be healthy for all of us. So, and that's brilliant. And so, you know, we make a plea to Ngati Hine, don't cut us off. Please keep us going. And we will do our utmost next year to try and get more of our people involved, because, you know, all our people at home are pohara. They got no money to go to the doctor, let alone get the car registered with a legal driver to go to the doctor. So, you know, we don't want to lose the service that we have got. It is brilliant. And like I said, nobody else services Mangakahia in any way, shape or form. I just have to have a little weeny moan. I went to the Ngāpui Runanga AGM on Saturday, and they put up their services. I have to say, none of them come to Mangakahia. And you know, our people at home, they're sickly, they're elderly, they're everything in the book. But short of having travelled 60 k's to the doctor in Whangarei, they stay home and die. I actually worked for Hauora Ngati Hine for 5 years. I only finished in June this year. I was home support carer for our kaumātua kuia. And I have to say, they're all dying, or they're going into rest home care. And so if someone wants to stump up and help us put up a rest home in Mangakahia, we'll be ever so thankful. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe e te whaia mo tō kōrero kia mātou no te hauora. We appreciate the kōrero, and in particular, you know, you highlight the reason why we're here, to connect whānau. You're really, ko tō kōrero te whatu manawa o a tātou nei mahi. Nā reira, ka tuku mihi tēnei kia koe. Koutou e ngā whaia o ka taima nei i tēnei hui, and those who you acknowledged as well, we'll take that on board. We really love to hear that sort of kōrero, particularly in the communities that are isolated rurally. I know that. Noha I tupuake au I roto o Motatau. And I recall back in the days when I was a young girl, our teams coming out to see my grandmother. So it's good to hear that, and that's sort of the feedback that we want to know as well, so we know that we're doing something right and our strengths to continue to get into those isolated, untouched areas. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, some really good feedback there, Ngati Hine Hauora, and seeing on Facebook in the hapu pages all the wonderful hakari and all the whānau that turn out to host. It's a thing, it's an event, eh? When the hauora comes. Aroha mai Ngāti Kahua Torongaria. We're just going to go to the back to Ngauri o Ngaurupa. Here you go.
Tēnā no tātou e hui hui mai nei. Ia kaua koutou e pukuriri mai ki au e te kahu o Torongara. I do have to go to another meeting back in Moerewa shortly, but I wanted to get up and publicly express the thanks of a couple of the organisations anyway that I wear hats for, and there are, well, probably more than a couple actually, to the Ngati Hine Health Trust for the continuous support over many years, whether it be Te Runanga o Ngati Hine, whether it be our recent roadshow, Te Ara Kopuni o Ngati Hine, whether it's Ngati Hine Forestry Trust, whether it be the Handavasa Kawakawa Trust, and in many other ways. We might thank Jeff personally and other members on the board, including Gwen, but we don't often get a chance to publicly, and especially under the roof of a whare like this, to thank the Ngati Hine Health Trust for your continuous support, because I know, as I said this morning in my mihi, we might be wearing the logo of Ngati Hine, but in the end we're all Ngati Hine. So the support and our hauora, our health is all of us working together. Nā reira e Gwen, e te pāri tēnā koutou, e Jeff, me ngā kaimahi katoa tēnā koutou katoa. I do have one question. I sometimes hear the pronunciation of Ngati Hine Health Trust in different ways. Some call it hauora, some call it hauhora. I'm just wondering which is the right one.
Ho, ho, ho. I think no hokianga, pita, me pēnei taku whakautu ki tō pātai. E roto te hokianga, ko tō tātou nei kupu tika ko te hauora. E kore mātou e mea ko te hauhora o Ngāti Hine. Engari ko te hauora. Kia ora mai no tātou.
And with one of Pita's other hats from Ngati Hine Forestry Trust for our Ngā Mahuri o Ngati Hine, which is our forestry plantation project. We're planting 490 hectares of manuka, and we're looking for 20 trainees. April 2020, sorry, it's a pitch as well. April 2020, we are starting another course to complete 490 hectares of manuka. But Ngati Hine Health Trust staff are a part of our pastoral support. So Susie Hati, who delivers pastoral support, leans on the hauora staff all the time for all sorts of challenges that the students go through. So it's just a little mihi and a pitch. If you want to know more about planting manuka, talk to her, Hana. Kia ora. There you go, Auntie. Sorry.
Kia ora tātou. E mihi ana kia koutou i tēnei rā. Te ore wai, mainga. Ka rawe te hui. Long time coming. A ko raina puiriri tōku inga, e nohana i te centre of the universe. Te ore wai, nā rara I tunua. My question, he pātai, kia koutou. Back in the early days, in the 1990s, when Ngati Hine Health Trust was starting up, they came around and hui with us at Ngā Rara I Tunua Marae, in our wharitipuna te paia. So we had many whānau signing up, registering, I reita, ne? And now she was an ambler, she was the nurse who came up, but Maori Nor took over from her. And she came into our kindness, into our whares, and serviced us, our kaumātua. Rawe, one of them, a very difficult nanny of ours, when I say ours, koutou, ak mātou, Auntie Lena Cherrington. She came to live in Ngā Rara I Tunua with Māori Kairi. And she was being serviced. And then unfortunately, she was told, and we were told, that Ngati Hine Health Trust are no longer going to serve us. And we thought, so they told us that they're going to concentrate on the under fives.
Nā pēpēs. We go, oh, okay, ka pai. Oh, well, my baby's 28 years old, but there were many babies still coming through under 5. We haven't had that. So my pātai is to you, fellas all, where does Ngā Rara I Tunua factor into Ngati Hine Hau Ora Health Trust? Where do we factor? You know, that's my uncle, Kingi Hori, Cherrington, he mokopuna, tuatahi o te kēnana, rā ko te paia, kere tēnei, we've both come to ask that. Where do you fellas see us? Because at the end of the day, to get to Te Orewai from Whangarei, you've got to come past us, Marae. So we might put the roadblocks up, Nera, or you might get a puncture in your car. And another thing is, our hapu, te kahu o Toronare. Now, in your fellas whare, Toronare. So, we're still here, whānau, you know, te konei, kia ora. A kia ora e te whaia. He pātai nunu i tērā. E me pēnei taku whakautu. Kia koe, i te ata nei, taku tūngāki, i te ata nei, i kōrero pēnei ahau. Ko Ngati Hine, ngā whānau o Ngati Hine, ko te tuatahi. Engari, he whānui ake tō mātou nei titiro ki aua whānau. Ko taku whakautu ki a koe, kai roto koutou i tō tātou nei, i tō mātou nei rōpu, i tō mātou nei rohe, aha ko te aha. Haka rongo anau ki te kōrero i rongo i ki mai koe o i mea mai tētahi i taua wā, ko te mutu mai mā mātou nei mahi i te taha o koutou, ko te titiro ke mātou ki ngā kohunga-hunga. Ki taku whakaaro, tērā pēa, e tika ana, e he pēa ana taku whakaaro, ki taku whakaaro taku rongonga i taua kōrero. I āhua he pēa te titiro o taua kaimahi, i taua wā, ki wā mātou mahi. I taku mōhio, i runga anō i taku mōhio, wā mātou nei mahi ki hai mātou i mutu, te mahi, te taho wā mātou kuia kaumātua. Engari, i whai kaupapa hau mātou, kaupapa hau te titiro ki ngā kōhunga-hunga. E hare te mea, i mutu mai i kona wā mātou nei mahi te taho wā mātou kaumātua kuia. Nā te he pēa te titiro te kaimahi i taua wā, engari ko taku kōrero ki a tātou katoa, i roto tō tātou whare i te rānei. Hako te aha, ko tā tātou mahi i roto te hauoro Ngati Hine, ko te whāngai wā mātou nei kaupapa ki ngā whānau katoa. I roto te rohe o Ngati Hine, me ngā rohe anō kei kona wā mātou kaupapa i waho atu o Ngati Hine. Ana, waku kōrero.
And just to support what Jen just said there, you know, te kahu o Torongare, we have many uri of te kahu o Torongare working in Ngati Hine Health Trust, and given I know the significant whakapapa connections to the wider Ngati Hine rohe, this is what coming back to the marae is to hear what the call of our people is, and we'll follow up and have a conversation around looking forward and finding the opportunities. And yes, I did drive past the marae coming out here, and I've got to drive past the marae getting home. So the kōrero was received. And if I just go back to the kōrero from our mangakahia whanaunga over there is in addition to the clinics, the outreach clinics in mangakahia or outreach clinics here in Pipiwai, we want to take our outreach clinics to a whole nother level. And so I expect so not to a different place, but to a whole nother level that's built around this whānau order concept more broadly than just hau order, physical hau order, but also make it a day that actually draws our people out of their whares to want to come and engage. And so we've got a lot of ideas that we want to share with you and get your feedback in. So not only can Dr. Tamara Birchall line dance with you, but so can some of these leaders over here. Kia ora no tātou.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Hohipiri Williams taku ingoa, he uria hau no konei, no kaikau, no mototau, no Ngati Hine whānui, no hokianga hoki. Ko taku pātou kia koutou, kei hia te mea o te ronga Māori kei roto i te Ngati Hine haura. I asked this question as a grandmother of a mokopuna who came and used, we're consumers of Ngati Hine haura, because kei kawakawa e noho ana mātou. And my mokopuna got hurt. She had an allergic reaction. For 8 weeks I took her to the rata ki kawakawa, and for 8 weeks she was just given antibiotic, and they actually stopped treating her and just looked at the paper and said, oh, she hasn't been on this antibiotic, let's do this. But they just stopped seeing her actually, and 7 pages were produced, given to another doctor because that current doctor wasn't there, and we had to go to Dr. Hoffa. He did exactly the same thing. So by the end of that 8 weeks, I got so hoha, went to Uncle Tohe, and I said, nothing's happening, Uncle. What can I do? Kia nei, this was a challenge to me to get real about rongoa Māori. It was a challenge to my whānau to get real about rongoa Māori. He prescribed kawakawa. He gave runa for internal kawakawa leaves for her head. In 2 days, my mokopuna is sitting there and she said to me, I can feel myself healing, Nana. In 7 days, it was gone. We went back there one more time over since April. We've been there again for warts. Same thing happened. Oh, if this doesn't work, we'll try you on this first and come back if this doesn't work. My mokopuna now, who's 12 years old, has said to me she doesn't want to go to the doctors anymore. And so it seems like she is one of those ones that's really, her tinana is really responsive to rongoa Māori. So koira te take o taku pātou kia koutou, kei hia ngā rongoa Māori, kei roto i tō koutou, mahi kei wainui o tātou. So.
Tēnā koe hohi pere, great pātai, and I think a timely pātai. I'm going to tee up Dr. Mary Ann Baker to have a kōrero on this subject because I know it's near and dear to her heart. But I think right at the moment there's a Māori Health Services review that's taking place. Tohe Ashby is front and centre of that kaupapa, and there's been a cry from our people for rongoa Māori. Ngati Hine Hauora and our colleagues have been boxed into a corner by the system that largely focuses on mirimiri and karakia, but there is so much more to rongoa. So I'm optimistic that out of the Māori Health Services review that there's a draft report out, that Tohe is all over that report in terms of elevating rongoa Māori, then allows us to also go in to challenge the system who is still looking at rongoa Māori through the side of their eyes. And we need that voice to be able to champion. But Mary Ann, I know it's an and. It's not an and or, it's an and. So I'll just get Mary Ann to make a few comments around that whole pharmaceutical rongoa kaupapa from her perspective.
Yeah, tēnā rā tātou katoa. I'm one that got a scholarship. I got one actually from Ngati Hine Forestry, and I've returned as a pharmacist that's done rongoa Māori, because I did pharmacy just as a background because our dad used it and our aunties and uncles and brought up with it, and I wanted to know what was a Pākehā medicine. So when you have a cough and you're telling me you're using kawakawa, I know exactly what the equivalent is in Pākehā. But like in my new role, thanks to Ngati Hine Health Trust, I've been in since January as they call Pākehā clinical pharmacist. But in this, what matters to me, the kaupapa of genes, which he's laid out, which is whānau ora,
we look, as we said, like old Tamati Praone said, titiro whānui from all angles, which includes rongo Māori. And only in the weekend, it's me rapuing who these practitioners are and what they do, whether they're using internal, external. I did my Masters in rongo Māori as well, and I totally believe in it, and I'm always receptive, but it's getting the people, our haukainga people, not just our clinical or our boards, to understand what do I do as a Pākehā and what I can do as a Māori, and rapuing these people. And at the forestry, just to put into perspective, in the weekend I talked to Ned Pater. He's got me to follow him, who's taking rongo Māori from his whānau. I go to Motatau, really they're self-serving, they're existing on their rongo Māori from tohe, but also from their own knowledge. And then again at the forestry, I've got another lady from one of the kaimā who's gone off all her pills and wants me to follow them. So if we can all, I've always said, the karanga from me is to let me know who are all these people, and then we have, as Jeff said, that conversation, because there definitely is a place. And now that Moy Mill's on the board, she said to us at Ahuareka, what are you doing? Your name on that card is clinical pharmacist. You should be getting help to do rongo te mea. And that's true, but we're already doing it without being funded for it, because he ngākau Māori. And I think that I'm glad you brought that up, but I'm in the right hands with Ngati Hine Health and our people, and we're going to get there.
So changing the tirohanga away from just a biomedical model to all Māori, and having a ngākau Māori in our delivery. Kia ora tātou. A little bit of health literacy theme there as well. A little bit of health literacy. Matua Len wants the mic. Are kaimahi allowed to ask questions? Oh, Maddie first. Marco Chopre.
Tēnā koutou, matarori ahau. Tau pātai tuatai. Ahau no opai. Opai ke wangani tere matawaia me motatau. Now, I hear people calling me from Te Kauimua. I'm not from Te Kauimua. Ko rātu e te kāpaia, opai kei roto I Te Kauimua. Kei wangani au motatau me matawaia. So, in saying that, taku pātai ke, te timatanga o te hauorani, ko pane tonu te mei haere mai ki taku whare. And then I question her I tana tainga mai. Pea to koutou pono ki te hauorani. Well, many times she let me down. Anu I tana te kakiau. I te take. Pene tako koreo. Kia mate te tangata o hui koutou, tai mai koutou. Wa tai me tūroro ana ngā tangata, o reke koutou e putama. E hari ana au I a koe, te tumuaki, o tai mai ki te harahi kai wine, e kāpona Ngati Hine. Nāu ko puare te huarai, ko mauria haere koe kai wine ki ngā marae. Ko tērā te tino kaupapai, pēr kau kia pane. Ka haina hauina, huki mai koutou ki wā marae. Mai tērā rā ki tēnei rā, alakano I taimea no ki roto I matawaia. Nō alawaka, o tatuka te paeroa, o te whakatui ngā kai whakahaere te haura. Reka nei karanga I te tahi ui kia tū ki matawaia. Hore rawaka ko pipiwai, hore rawaka ko motatau, ko mahua we tahe ngoro he katoa. Ko ia we rawa tangata I haina I te pepa. Nā pēne e tahe waku nawe, mariko tūt. O longa te tūmaki waku whakaharo, ko tuku atu mana e whakahaere tonu. Nā pēra te hohono o te titiro o tātou, kei reira au ki te tautokoa. Are na hanga tāki te hanga kōrero te kahaere kia o palau hea hau. Kōrero au ko hoha ki te tangata. E ronga tana I a koe toto he nei a pita, tika o kōrero. Tika o kōrero, tautoko nau o kōrero e. Kōrero tūnei koe ka pita. Are hātia, kia koutou katoa mihia tana kia koutou. Ia tuna kia koutou. E hawhi nei i te... Me mea ki te tumake e alahine i a tātou. O reo ko te mea ki ngā iwi o te hangoro. Ka nui te teka o e tai o tātou. Tiara, aku kore no kako kia kahate mai. Tianga te timake haere tika. Ngā tau ko pahurekane ka nui te parori haere o te tima. Ana ke tupato ke tauni. Orea ki ora mana tātou.
Kia ora, uncle. No e tū tēnei ki te mihi kia koe te matua. Tēnā koe mo tō tohi, mai kia mātou i roti tēnei wa tātou nei mahi. I'm thinking about Uncle Kevin's kōrero i te tuatahi. Me tana kōrero ki Uncle Hunter a rātou mā. A te take haere mai a te hauara ki te ore wai anahi. He huri tātou ki a wai rānei. So hoki ana ahau i tēnei wā, e kaua tātou e wari te wa tātou nei whanaunga i roto o Opahi, i roto o te kauinua. He wero tēnei mō tātou i roti te hauara, must be our next week's in Makawaia. Kia ora.
Okay, go Whaiani. Then I'll come to you.
Ai kia ora mai no tātou te whare. Hoi no rā he tū aroha, he tū whakaiti i roto e tēnei o tātou whare tūpuna. Hoi no rā kia mohio ai e tahi o koutou pēr, ko ai tēnei e tūnei ki te tātou ku whaia i whānau mai te ku whaia i roto mga kāhia. E rere tonu te awa e te whanaunga. E te whanaunga. I here mai ki te tū ki tēnei taha. Ki te taha taku whaia. Taku matua no roto hoki anga whakapaukarakia. Ko au he mokopuna o ngā awa e rere nei. Nā reira tēnā koutou. Hoi no rā, e rere ana te hupe, e rere ana te roimata i te nui o te alaha. Me pēhea rā i te rapu kupu kōrero. Hore ko he pātai. Hengari, ka hoki ngā mahara kia matua tāhine. I e rawa i here mai hau me ngā kohanga reo ki kone me etahi hui. Hari pai hau ki te here mai. I tai atu hau ki te whare o mahitahi hauora. E tuana te pohi, the boss. And taku kōrero ki aia. O e haere na koe ki tau Henare mo te hui i tēnei ata. O e kore tae. They've got lots of meetings. Must be important. You showed us some models up there. I think they're meeting with all those models. You showed me this morning. Anyway, ko te pātai hoki mai kia hi ana koe ki te haere. Well, I think I was the right one to come. E tautoko kahana te kaupapa o tēnei hui, me whakahoki ki te marae. What a wonderful idea. What a wonderful idea. We talk about models, but we don't model the model. I'm the witness to some of the things, to many of the things in the kōrero today. And I'm looking forward to standing up at one of their meetings and talk about the kai that you gave me today. Not only the tuna and the pudding, and I want that t-shirt. By the way, Taiwa, hang on, I'm talking. I saw that shirt with Ngati Hine. I want one of those, please. But I just want to say, I had mai hau me te whānau, e noho nei I roto mahitai. You know, I have a pātai, not to you, but I'm looking around at all these maunga. Manaia, I just want to tell you some history about the name Manaia. When it was born, when that Manaia PHO was born, I was there. That name was gifted by Ngati Hine. And that, I don't know, you tell me, he ana waku kōrero, engari, I don't know any other hauora that was gifted a name. So I never forgot that. And I see Manaia here, I see Mummy here, and Daddy here. I see them all. I'm in the whare. My pātai to them is, why did they change the name? He maunga tūtonu, tūtonu. Not he maunga neke neke. We're moving, man. We're moving. I love the whakaaro, I love the kōrero, and I look forward to, I'm sure with our whānau, that we take that back. And they've taken lots of notes, by the way. Nā reira, kanuta mihi, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai no tātou. You got a waiata? And a wai, yeah. Ko Manaia? Yeah, we're going to sing it. Okay, all right. This is our waiata. Okay. No, you can stand, babe. Come. If you want to stand, stand. All right. Toru wha. Ko Manaia te maunga, waiarohia te awa. Ko mātou te whānau, e tū atu nei. I raro ngā parirau, o te aroha. I raro ngā parirau, o Manaia. I raro ngā parirau, o Manaia. Love you.
Oh, Whaiani, just to respond to your kōrero there, yes, we were, when you mentioned the kai and the wharekai, we were just saying that tuna was double poached. Yeah, it was not poached once, but it was poached twice. And in terms of your kōrero around the beauty that was Manaia PHO, as your kōrero was happening, our whanaunga, our Ngati Hine whanaunga, Donovan Clarks, Wairua came to me now that he's down there in Waikato as being instrumental in playing his part in the journey of Manaia. And just as the name Manaia was gifted to the PHO, it was handed also back to Ngati Wai when Manaia PHO closed down. If I just make a comment about Mahitahi, it must be a spirit of gift, because Mahitahi was a name gifted to the board by Te Kahua Taonui. So that's where the name Mahitahi came from. It was a gift to the new primary health entity from the iwi chairs of the North, and so that gift was received as Te Kaupapa Mahitahi Hauora. Papa o Te Raki Trust is the full name of Mahitahi Hauora. So just as you received a gift of a name of Manaia, Mahitahi received a gift of a name from the iwi of the North. I think one other statement about Mahitahi that I would make, given it's it's about 5 months of age, it's in its infancy. I'm lucky enough to be reappointed as a trustee to Mahitahi last Friday, I think, or something, is that there are 9 trustees on that entity. 7 of those trustees are Māori. Now, what I would say is that if those of us who are on that primary health entity can't make a difference for Māori, and we're 7 of the 9, then you need to not only find us driving past Ngā Rangatuna Marae, but find us at our own whares and say, how come you guys, the predominant leaders of the primary health entity in the North, couldn't make a difference? So that's a challenge that I've taken on, is that Māori occupies 7 of the 9 seats on that board. Whaia Moe Milne has just been appointed to that board, can I say, as the independent community member. And so, again, if Whaia Moe and the rest of us can't make a difference for addressing all the kōrero around here, then frankly we need to be run out of town. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Waio, ko Ngati Rihua te hapu, ko Ngati Waitiwi, ko Kātini Kiripiti tuku pāpa, ko Miri Machu tuku māma, no Te Rarawa, me Ngati Whātua, me Ngati Kahu, ia. Ko Ripeke Kiripiti te peke, ko kaimahi o te kāhui mate pukupuku. I am the health provider for Cancer Society Auckland Northland. I'm the lone voice in trying to push issues about cancer and our people. We need to be brave, and my kōrero te Ngati Hine Health Trust, everyone in Taitokero must have been mahi for Ngati Hine Health Trust at some time. Honestly, at some time. And I did a very short, valuable stint with Ngati Hine last year as their smoking cessation, it's a kaimahi anyway. And that role led me into being asked to work for Cancer Society as their kaimahi for health promotion. And so I come from Matapauri and Ngāti Waituturu in terms of my whakaaro. But also with all of that is that we've been raised, like all of us, about whānau whānui and our whānau. I was lucky enough to be alongside Ngati Hine back in the 80s with Uncle Witi, and I know Hirini, kia ora Hirini, worked and fought with my Uncle Witi McMath, and I know he's here with us today. My kōrero to the trust, to the health trust is the models that you have. All the way through your kōrero, I was trying to see, where can I fit? Where does my kōrero fit? And my kōrero is this: cancer has no racist. Cancer is not racist, and we need to help our whānau accept and work with them to be brave to tell their whānau. Do you know how many whānau don't tell their tamariki they got cancer? Not more than you think. And we have more Māori women dying of lung, breast, and cervical cancer in Taitokero, and it needs to stop. So I've always watched Ngati Hine with a very, awhi and support, and I know I've spoken with Jeff on many times. But the other part that I really would like the health trust to look is start educating our whānau on being brave to speak out. Speak out on the submissions. Be brave and have a say. Don't let somebody else talk for us. I can only do so much. And I have to say, I'm very, very fortunate to be surrounded by, Whai Kathy is taonga for us at Cancer Society, and I'm the only Māori voice in a very predominantly non-Māori organisation. But I'm not going to let anyone stop me. It's time for us to start disrupting in a good way, and it's getting that voice out there, getting our whānau comfortable to start talking about their journey. Because if we don't get them to talk about their journey, they're going to come back to their kāinga and they're going to sit and they're going to sit and they just get that little bit of help that they only need to get just to get them by. Those days are gone. We have to get out there, we have to be brave enough to say, and we have to support our kaimahi. And when we do submissions to the government, say for example, just recently the Māori Health Select Committee met on the inequities of Māori. This government apparently is all about inequities. Well, it shows the inequities and send the money down the line so our people that are kaimahi at the very bottom get the same amount of money as the person that are clinical leaders. Why can't they get $26 an hour? They're the ones talking to our whānau. So we have to start speaking up like that. And another area that I'm really interested in is the relationship between rongoa Māori and oncology. We need to be brave about that. We need to start saying, as our kaumata koe kāhui group, look, our history and our whakapapa allow us to talk like this about our treatment of our tinana and our mokpuna and our everyone. Cancer has no age limits, and so I'm very passionate about it because we all have lost so many loved ones to cancer, and we tend to not want to talk about it because it's too hard. Like all things, we are the highest of everything, but cancer's we know there's an end, but it doesn't have to be an end. So I'd like to, in the future, Jeff knows this because I've been hounding around. And we had the employment of our new CE for the Auckland Northland Division, and I invited Greg and he brought all his fun. It was really good because we need to start being more out there and more vocal, more visual, and we need to have a say. Luckily enough for Te Kāhui o Matipukapuka o Aotearoa, we have Shelley Campbell. Shelley Campbell hails from Ngati Hine, a very strong Māori CE that runs the Waikato office. So, you know, we're in there trying to do our very best, but we do need all of your awhi and your support. And I know Ngati Hine Health Trust will do that. There's a submission issue. I'm going to see Jeff about it later. Okay, kia ora.
So this might be the last one, whānau, so we're coming to the end. Ngā mihi nui kia koe Bex, mō tō manaki me te aki mō tōna whānau. So I want to mihi to Bex. I've worked a lot with her with Māori Ora for breast screening and for your hikoi onto the next part of the journey. So as you knew through the work that we were doing then, how many come through our whare for just for breast cancer, yeah? And so, like you're saying, the challenge is further than just breast. And that, you know, I know from my journey that breast cancer or any cancer doesn't discriminate for age as well. So for whilst we're helping for screening between 45 and 69, I had my breast cancer at 29. So I understand all of that. Our challenge is to be able to support in the same ways that we can for breast cancer, through transporting, through being able to offer childcare, other things that become the barriers to coming to screening or to oncology. I want to mihi to Ngati Hine Health Trust because it's not part of the contract, but they have allowed us to continue to transport whānau to their chemo appointments, for me to sit with them alongside of them for their appointments, 3 hours long, if that's how long it takes, that's what we do. If, like you said, sometimes they're so upset about the situation they can't tell their children. So I come with them and sit with them in their whare. I don't even have to say something sometimes, it's just being with them as that kind of support and being genuine about the support that we give. I love that Māori Ora take me seriously as well when I've been in that whare, so if the whānau aren't understanding, especially our dads, our husbands, when they have no say over what's happening to their whānau, that we can stop the appointment and say, can we just have a breath for 1 minute, because you know things are getting too heavy in there, and Māori Ora have allowed us to do that. One of the doctors, the surgeons from Māori Ora also wants to be involved in the outreach clinics. She says to me, how come they aren't coming to their appointments? Maybe we should come to them. So those kind of kōrero, it's great when it comes from that side to us as well, because it can't all be one-way traffic. So where does that put us with the other cancers? It puts us into whānau water navigation. So that's part of my new role as whānau water practice coordinator. So it's about looking at other avenues that we can still support our whānau to the best of our capabilities that we can as well. And again, it comes back to not just being with Ngati Hine. So it's about whakamana it's about the groups that support each other as being, or whakamanatane even. We have some awesome community groups going on at the moment to be able to support whānau in this way. But I'm mihi to you and we'll continue to work with you on this journey. Kia ora.
We've got one more speaker, and it's Eddie Beatty, and I'll round it off after that.
Kia ora, Len. Kia ora, everybody. Whenā taku ingoa ko Rick Beatty no Murewa. Ko kawiti te tangata, kawiti te tūpuna, kawiti te wāhia tupu atua. Taha taku pāpa, taha taku māma, he reira hoki kia koe, whanua apuna. Ngā skipue. No reira kia ora. I don't know whether I'm doing a pitch here or asking a genuine question. My pitch is, I've just been voted on to the Whangaroa Health Board, and we are broke. So we are in a hell of a mess. So my pitch is, no, I'm not going there yet, but you know, I'm screaming out for help here. Because I live in Whangaroa, Ngati Hine stretches right up there. Outside my place, right at the beach, is toka. It's got Ātoke Matawhauira written all over it. So I'm there. I must have been sent here to do something. But I want to do something positive for our people living up there. I hear the organisations that you're trying to do with whānau ora. This morning we pōwhiri on our new whānau ora community clinic, Dr. Hare Ate, me tana hoa. So we got a doctor, so that's a start. But when we look at the figures and everything else, te tehe, so we got no money. So we're starting off from ground level again here, Pepi Hoki, here, Kāwhano. And when I heard, oh, you got to come back from where it started, I suppose we're in the same situation. So I'm taking it right back to the beginning and try and bring it forward. In that, I've got the help of my cousin. He's a figures man. So we're doing a two-pronged thing. He's helping our whānau control the budgets, because that's our biggest letdown, is not looking after the finances. So we're devising a system where I want to share, because I'm the Maori rep on that board, but I want to be involved with what you're doing, so I can take it back and do for our people who live up our end. I know I see your cars up there, but that's all I see. Just the cars go past my place, they never stop. And they only toot toot, and I say, yeah, up you too. Because they know who I am. And I tell them, call in, I want to know what you're doing. Aye. So when you're up there, don't toot toot, you're going to get the fingers. But we're on the positive, we're trying to find a good huarahi going forward. And we want to be part of whatever you're doing. Yeah? So my door is always open for whatever you want to tell me. And I'll share with whatever we have with you. So being on those whānau ora groups, we're willing to come on board. It's only a new regime we've got, but hey, we still got to find our way forward. So I'm screaming out for help here. And, you know, even though you fellas say, go back to Murewa, because I've already been told, go back to Murewa, and I told them, no, Murewa's here, you know, up in Whangaro. So, and then they say to me, yeah, but, and I said, no, you go back to my place, see that rock, Murewa's here. So, koina. But that's all I want to ask, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Kia ora tātou.
Lenny's going to post it.
I'll just respond is that they have a saying, timing is everything. I mentioned I lifted up Jensen Weber before in his previous role as the Taitokoro PHO, and he was all over the challenges at Whangaroa Health Services in a previous role. But I'm not going to drop Jensen in the kaupapa because, can I say this? I've been trying to reach out to Whangaroa Health Services for a year and nobody's picking up the phone down there. And so I met at a hui about 5 weeks ago, a Pākehā fella who I said, oh, who do you work for, brother? He goes, I think I'm the General Manager of Whangaroa Health Services. And I said to him, mate, I've been trying to meet not with Te Runanga o Whangaroa, but with Whangaroa Health Services for a long time to Awhi and Manaki, the kaupapa. If I go back to your whānau audit clinic that's just come in with Richard Ngati and co and your whanaunga there, as I know from Ngati Hine's perspective, I know from all of your Ngāpuhi Hauora supporters right across the Hokianga, Health Services right across the Hauora o Ngāpuhi and Ngati Hine Hauora, we were all looking out from the outside in, saying there's a wider Ngāpuhi Hauora service that nobody's asking us for help. The DHB sent in all the flash fellas there to help with your transition. You fellas put out a closed tender to everybody but your whanaunga here at Ngati Hine Health Trust. And so my feedback to you is I won't drive past your whare next time and get the fingers. I'll come there because it has been a challenge to connect and offer everything we have to the support of Whangaroa Health Services. I remember when we had, and it's not always the case that we have an ability and capacity as doctors to come down there and awhi, and yes, we go and run off to the PHO for locums, etc. But the whanaungatanga here has been, my feedback is that timing is everything. Jim, the money man, is there. We just want to come and awhi our whanaunga and Kaiō. And just so you know, those cars that go backwards and forwards, we deliver home support services into your rohe. So we have staff based at the community hall there. But I will say this, as I've driven through, trying to arrange huis with everybody in Kaiō, including my colleague Toa Whaniva, you buggers are difficult to nail down. And so from today, I'll take up the opportunity to come and meet and bring our team, because it's not a fact that we want to come in and puff the chest out and say, look at us, we feel the deficits of our whānau in whangaroa there, and we just want to offer how we can help. So today, timing is everything. We had to come to Tau Henare Marae, via Moeroa and Kawakawa, to get the tono to welcome us into whangaroa. So we'll look forward to taking up that kōrero. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jeff, I just want to kahore oku awanga. But I'd like to compliment that far from whangaroa, because Ngati Hine Forestry gives them a good wage. Wai hoki wera ki reira. And I know that the hauora has always been part of their whangaroa health. They've always been. So I don't know where this other talk is coming from. I want to be complimentary first, Kara, te rangatira, that you have taken Moe back into the hauora, because I can remember Uncle Jim, Sir James, he put up two people to start this hauora. One was Moe, the other one was Kevin Fry. And that was going back into the late 70s and into the 80s. In that time, those two people, Rob Cooper was to come in later and drive Ngati Hine Health. So those two people, and I'm glad to hear that Moe has come back in here, because Moe is one of the leading mental health representatives that we have in New Zealand. She's only just come back from the States about 2 weeks ago. Now that's how powerful that woman is. And I'm glad that Ngati Hine Health has taken her back, because she's one of the people that set up this hauora. Now I want to compliment the hauora for that, and also for the work that you've been doing. And as I sat here today and heard that you're becoming part of the sporting franchise, and again, ka haere i tera. Because at the moment we don't see St. John's ambulance people on our sidelines, and I have seen some horrendous injuries that's happened without any aid, any people that are qualified to administer first aid. So, te pangapana na taku ngākau, i te koe te rongo atu, ko tae Ngati Hine i ane ki te tautoko i te akaupapa, because our sports people need it. So without any further to do, I just want to compliment Jeff and his team. And the other thing, if you look behind the screen here, you'll see a photo of Tau Henare, this fellow here. Tau Henare's eldest son, Hori, was given to Apirana Nata at a very young age, and he took him back to Whetu Matarau, if you know where that is, the Marae Hine Rupe is right below that. And he was married off to a woman, Ngatira from Ngati Pro, Kura. But her name is about that long, so I can't pronounce it. But she was a Rangatira woman that was given. And the reason why Tau gave away his eldest son was between him and Apirana Ngata made the decision as MPs to send Ngati Pro to war in the First World War, and Ngati Pro suffered many casualties. So Tau, to ease the pain that he had, gave him his eldest son, Haere Whakatupua Ngati Pro. So that was an intention, go and breed Ngati Pro again for the mistake that I made in committing Ngati Pro to war. So he did. He married Kura, and I think they had 21 or 22 kids. So I could say that Toe's debt was duly paid. But that is one of the links that, and when I saw the challenge of Hikurangi number 1 and number 3 or number 4, it is done in jest. Because I still respect my Ngati Parautanga and the link that this body has to Ngati Parau. And of course, and I'm always saying that just welcome back to your own. Ko Ngati Parau kei kona, ko Ngati Hine kei kona, ko koe kei kone. So with that in mind, and I want to compliment everybody, and I want to say lastly that I'm one of the last people that was sprayed with Agent Orange that is still alive. And it's all thanks to people like Rob Cooper, because he was the only one that listened to what we were saying. And that time, most of our mates were slowly dying off because nobody wanted to listen to us. And consequently, Rob actually listened to us, and I put him onto a guy called Peter Melson, who was one of the surgeons, well-known surgeons of the North, and he became the chief surgeon of the North. That guy was the one that we were sent over to look after in Vietnam. He served in Vietnam as a doctor, as the head of a surgical team. And our job was to look after him. And consequently, when we came home, he was the one that carried out cancer operations on all of us. And unfortunately, I'm the only one that the patients that is still alive. And thanks to Rob, he listened. And the other nurse that was very passionate towards us was Perry Prime. He understood us. All the others didn't want to know us. So again, thank you, Ngati Hine Health, for all that. Congratulations with your treatment, and I know you'll do better as you go along. Thank you very much.
Kia ora tātou, I wanted to say something, but I better not, because I mightn't have a job next week. But in regards to the people that I care in this valley, or that's here now, is my Auntie Pane and this fella Matthew Brown. Those are the people that I hold close to here. And I hear my uncle Matthew Brown running my Auntie Pane down, and he's saying that all of us are in Ngati Hine are blind. Only Jeff can see, but he's only one got a pair of glasses. So I don't think that's right. Uncle. But anyway, it's been a good day. It's been a Ngati Hine day. And it's been good to share this with you guys, people. I'm really happy to be here with all you guys, and I like this sort of stuff and getting our people involved and being happy about what we do. In regards to Huhanga promoting Ngati Hine forestry. I hear Peter Tiffany thanking the whole for all the things they done. I never see the CEO from the forestry thanking anybody thanking the forestry. Even the shareholders don't even get anything. I'll give it to Uncle Harris to kita klaki mutunga ya tatu I te rane, olera tēnā tatu.
Thank you.